So all these people are already on here. Louis Wang, let me pronounce it correctly. Joel Ventresca, John Drake, of course, Kevin Call. I like those two initials. KK, went away. Diego Martinez and Rhonda Fearon. Okay, cool.
So we're live streaming. You're live. We're not starting till 1. We're not starting for 20 minutes. We're not starting till 1. So you have some time. This is, again, to avoid tech issues. There's a lot of people, and many people from different backgrounds have different ease of using new technology. So we have found, start the stream early, tell everybody, hey, we're here, and then everybody joins and nobody gets left behind. It's the only way we can make sure.
John, you're trying to say something. What is it?
Yeah. So I have because I did some sort of
I
watch other YouTube videos, right?
Hi.
And I've noticed that this thing is yes for Cal Exit. Is this like a Cal Exit platform? I was just curious about that.
No, this is just a recall candidates debate platform. So what we've done is we created a special project just for recall candidates. This is our 5th in the debate series. We've had about 4 so far. We just did one now. This is the 5th one. All of these are strictly about the recall elections, and all the questions are focused just on if you want to challenge Governor Newsom. Now, some candidates, because we're interviewing, I'm sorry, yes?
I was going to ask you, did Caitlyn Jenner decide to join us? Is she going to participate in any of this?
We have not been able to make contact with Caitlyn. Now, we've reached out to everybody. If you were declared, you got an email, phone call, tweet, Facebook post. Some people have chosen not to respond. We're still working on reaching out to half of the candidates, but we think that we will have success because we've already made contact with half of the candidates.
Yeah.
Nobody's having debates, period. And so we're having the most debates with the most people by far, by an order of 1,000. We think eventually everybody's going to see that. I'm sorry, John.
Okay, I'd also just like to say hi, Ventresca. I liked you.
Hello, Joel.
Hello.
I liked you a lot too. Like both of these two people, one up and one to the side, loved your guys' work in San Francisco. I was just in San Francisco. I wish I could have said hi. Hey, I follow a bunch of progressive platforms and campaigns. I just love them. So
that's good. Hey, Joel.
Hi.
How are you?
Just fine.
Good. I'm Veronica. You know me already?
You look familiar.
You do too. I'm an old City Hall hangout.
Okay, I think I'm good. But my sound's okay, right?
Yes,
yeah,
can you hear us?
You sound good, you look good, and you have real books behind you instead of the artificial bookcase.
Yes, those are real books.
I know.
Okay, let me talk to my IT person that everything's okay. Everything's okay. I'm signing off here. Bye. Okay, I'm ready to go whenever you're ready.
All right, Kevin.
We're going to start in 17 minutes. We will be starting in 17 minutes. You are live, but the debate does not start till 1. We have started live in order to make sure everybody knows where to go and to avoid any issues and anybody not being able to be part. But we're not starting till 1 o'clock. So you are live, I have to tell you, but we're not starting till 1 o'clock. We're going to be covering, these are the candidates that will be here today. And we will be covering the top 15 crises and picking questions from those. We will not ask 15 questions. We're going to pick 5 out of 15. These are the 15 crises according to 2 different institutes who've done surveys recently of California voters that California voters think are important. So I'll be covering this when the debate gets started, but we looked at 2 different policy institutes over January to March, very reputable. They said these are the top 15 issues California voters.
I'm sorry. I was just telling John he's got his lighting right.
Oh, sweet. Sorry.
Lighting.
Nice. So these people will all be here today. We will be asking you in a random order from a random list generator from random.org. That's random.org. We're going to put all your names in a list. We're going to load them into random.org, which was developed by Mads Gunsen out of the University of Denmark. It will randomly order you. So I have no control well, who gets asked what question first or second or sixth? Because some candidates were like, well, I want to go last so I can hear everybody's answer. But then that's not fair. So it's viewed as some candidates were like, well, it's unfair to let so-and-so go last because they get the benefit of everybody's answer. So to be fair to all candidates, the selection of candidates is perfectly random. I have no ability to predict it. And that's how we'll ask this is what people ask for. Yes, people take this seriously. So we get a lot of comments.
This is a serious thing. And also, if you have a random generator, which I've never heard of one, I think it's an awesome process. Whoever invented it, it's great. So the random generator is going to pick the questions that were asked and who they're going to ask that question of. Is that what you're saying?
It will pick the order that people are asked, and I will choose which questions that you're asked. So we did random list generators for the questions and the candidates. The response was people like the random list of candidates, but they did not like the randomized list of questions.
Oh.
So we've got it down to a fine science. You're going to have to just trust me a little bit. This is our 5th one. And every time people give us feedback, and we do 80% of what people suggest. So we're constantly tuning. I promise you that the experience you're going to have is the most refined professional one, having gone through multiple trials.
John, how old are you, sir?
Me?
44.
No,
Oh.
John, not you, Marcus.
Oh, me. Okay. I am 20.
Okay.
You're right? Right? It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Well, continue.
I was feeling maternal towards you. I was ready to tell you, take your hands out of your mouth, sit up straight, all the stuff that mothers tell their young kids. But you're a grown man, so I respect that, and I will not do it.
Well, yeah, no. So, like I sort of fidget.
I see.
Yeah, no. So actually it's very so yeah, no. My entire family moved out of California. They moved out here by myself now. It got too expensive for them to live here. They were lower middle class, so it's like I definitely like have this passion to just sort of like really just help those who are struggling in California at this point. So it's kind of just like let's fix California, right? Like it's just so expensive to live here unless you're like rich. You're either too poor to move out or you're just rich enough that you can move out.
Well, you're not alone anymore, so.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I like your mustache and goatee, John.
Thank you. Right, I was trying to find a look for me, and I look way too young, completely shaven.
Hola, Diego.
How you guys doing?
It's very Southern Colonel out of Claire.
Ooh.
Going on.
What? Oh, I actually have.
As long as you don't make chicken.
I have the Colonel Sanders thing because I went as Colonel Sanders one time for Halloween.
Oh, see, you already used to that, huh? So who was that who just said hello?
Daniel? Diego. Lo siento, it's Diego. Yo puedo hablar en español. Ha.
Está bien. Bueno.
Sí.
How's it going, guys?
Muy bien.
How's it going, Diego? Can you hear everyone okay, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, I can hear everybody.
Can everyone hear Mr. Martinez?
I hear you fine, Diego.
Okay. Again, we're going to get started at 1 o'clock. We are not starting now. We are live, but we are not starting till 1. We are live, but we are not starting till 1. We're live, but we're not starting till 1 o'clock. Just want to make sure that's clear so nobody says, I didn't realize I was live. So you're going to...
I don't think it'd be any clearer than that. You've said it about 10 times now.
Hey, this is practice. We've done it 4 times, and the way that I react and say things, you may be like, that seems a little strange. It's because candidates said, next time, do this. Next time, say that. I would have appreciated if you X, Y. So,
hey, Jason Wright. Thanks for the information. Look at your comments, everyone.
Loud and clear. Yes,
Loud and
and
clear.
please keep the comments coming.
Yes.
I don't see Jason's comment.
It should be in the chat. Do you have a chat thing? I'm on my phone, so it's kind of just hands at.
There should be a comments button.
It's on the side, but I'm on private. Okay, I see. That's why.
Yeah, Miss Fimbres, if you click comments, it should be on your right side.
Call me Veronica Marcus, and it'll be so easy. Okay, I see it.
Everybody also has the ability to post private chat to each other. I will not really be looking at that, but you can send things to each other privately. I would only ask that you be nice, and I'll leave it there.
You suck. I'm just kidding.
Again, I'm just saying there has been some people who, we're up to about 22 candidates we've been working with, and I love the idea of citizen democracy. I love it.
Oh my God, I love that. That's funny.
Yeah. So we're starting in 10 minutes. We'll be starting in 10 minutes. I'm going to grab something to drink. We'll be right back. I will walk us through the thing. These are the candidates. We will be covering the top 15 crises. You will not be asked all 15 questions. We will take a selection of these top 15 crises to ask each question. Each candidate, what is your answer to solve this as the governor? The crises come from the PPIC and UC Berkeley Hoover Institute surveys in January and March of likely California voters on the top 15 issues that they felt voters were concerned about. So it's a recall debate, but we'll walk you through everything. I'm going to have an introduction. You'll know exactly what we're doing, why we're doing it, what's coming. But just so that you know, these will be the 15 issues. We will be asking you how you would solve this as a governor candidate. And these are the candidates that will be appearing with you.
Do you still anticipate 2-minute openings, 2-minute close?
Yes, we will be doing 2-minute opening statements for each candidate, and then we will go to the questions, and we will also have a 2-minute close. We will start at 1, we will end at 3, and I will ensure there is a opening and a ending statement time. As moderator, that's my job. So you will definitely all get your intro statements. You'll get about 4 or 5 questions each, usually is how it goes. And then you'll get about 2 minutes for an ending statement. So usually people are pleased with that. It gives them a selection of opportunities to show that they've thought about how to lead California, and it allows them to define themselves at the beginning and the end so that everything that they want to be seen is how it is. We are live streaming so that there is full transparency and no ability to re-articulate what you're saying. So there will be no gotcha-isms. There's no tricks or gimmies. What you say goes right out to the public. We literally can't edit it. And that's why we do live stream. People are like, it's weird you live stream beforehand. I go, live stream means there's no tricks. It's impossible to do that. It goes right out. We don't have the time to edit what you say. What you say goes right out to the public. That's it. And we make sure you get plenty of opportunities to express yourself. We think it's up for the people of California to decide if you're a good candidate or a bad candidate, and not us. Forgive me for about a few minutes. I'll be right back in a few minutes, and we'll get started at 1 o'clock.
So Joel, if I may ask, what initially pushed you into politics? Because for me, it was sort of like seeing the whole crash in 2008, and then the whole Arab Spring in 2012. That was like when I got my footing into politics.
Well, that's a very good question. It's in 1968, I was in high school in Indiana at the time, and almost all of my fellow students were for Nixon.
Oh.
And I was for Robert Kennedy. And we had these vigorous debates, during the lunch period. And I was surprised I was, sort of in a small group that supported Robert Kennedy. But he was the first presidential candidate for the Democratic Party I supported. I did campaign for him in high school. Now, keep in mind, only the teachers at that point could vote. We were still too young to vote. But we had vigorous debates and discussion in the high school. And so the first person I campaigned for and got involved with politics was Robert Kennedy.
Wow. Nice. Okay, well, how about you, Veronica?
Boy,
Or more
Wait,
specifically,
I'm gonna go there.
okay.
Joe said he was in high school in '68, and so was I. So I started with civic activism, being Black, and I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, and so
Mhm.
the first time I took notice of something was, I think, in '63 and '64 when they were sicking the dogs on people in Georgia and what's his name was in Alabama. That
Yeah,
horrible.
Selma.
Yeah, well, not just that, but
Not Selma, but like
that. Yeah. And so anyway, I got very upset, and my mom said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so upset?" I said, "Look how they're doing those people, our people. Look how they're doing those people. They're putting dogs on kids and all that." So I was first. My mother said, "If you want to do something, join the NAACP." So I joined the NAACP, sent them my money, and felt like I was doing something. And then during that, the Vietnam protests, I protested that. I was still in high school. We had sleep-ins, sit-ins. Everything was peaceful. There was none of this. We're gonna get you, and we're gonna beat your head in, and everything was peaceful. But in Detroit, they did get ugly. I mean,
Yeah.
you remember in '68 they had the riot in '67, '68 in Detroit, and there was all kinds of issues going on there. So that kind of led me into politics, and then when I came here in San Francisco in '96. I came here actually to save my life because I have AIDS. And so, but I came here for the HIV/AIDS care. And then I was staying in a hotel room and everybody was doing drugs, and I didn't want any part of that. I didn't want drugs. So I went ahead and started doing civic duty, volunteering and everything. And I got appointed to the mayor. Willie Brown was mayor then. I got appointed to his HIV Ryan White Care Council. And that started it. And then later, I'm the first transgender officer in the history of the city and county of San Francisco. I was going to go in there and get my badge, but not necessary. But I do have one.
Mr. Call,
How are you, Marcus?
how are you doing? We'll get
I'm
started
doing
in
good.
just a few minutes. We'll get started in just a few minutes.
Let me bring my coffee. Hold on.
So from there, I served as I was Commissioner of Veterans Affairs, and I served at the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors, and then at the pleasure of Willie Brown, Gavin Newsom, and the late Ed Lee.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. No, I feel. No, like
we don't have. I have no special feelings for him.
yeah, no, I feel that. Like
As a person, I thought he was as shallow as a kiddie pool and jail and all that stuff.
Mr. Wong, we're about to start the debate soon. Your presence is requested. I re-forwarded the email. Thank you, sir. Okay.
And I like his wife, his second wife. His first wife, I used to like when she was an attorney before she turned into a Trump Republican and started dating Donald Jr. And I told her, I said, "Girl, I'm done."
just cut out.
Okay, Rhonda Fern isn't here. She has to reschedule. Louis Wong, I'm trying to reach hold of. All other candidates are here. We will start in about 2 minutes. These are the candidates that will be appearing in the debate today. Louis Wong, Veronica Fimbres, Joel Ventresca, John Drake, Kevin Call, Diego Martinez, and Rhonda Fern. We will be taking questions. I will be allowing each candidate a 2-minute opening statement. And then we will be doing questions on how you as governor would solve one of these top 15 crises in California. You will not be asked about every single crisis. We'll probably only do a couple, but each one of you will be asked, how would you fix education, state taxes, homelessness, recession, eviction, etc.? And whatever your answer is what it is. Go straight out to the public, unedited, Can't be manipulated at all. That's why we do live streaming. I'll walk you through all of this as we get started before we even get into it. We're about to start in 1 minute. I'm going to do an introduction. I will introduce all of you. I will walk you through everything. Once I'm done, each of you will have 2 minutes to do an introductory statement. You can say whatever you want, and then we will go to the questions on these top 15 issues. Again, these are the candidates that you will be appearing with. We will cover the top issues, and I'm going to go live now, and I will explain everything to you. Oh, we're already live, so I'm going to start it right now. Welcome. This is part 5 of the series of recall candidates debates hosted by Yes California. We are the only group hosting recall candidates debates, and we made contact with about half of the candidates to date. We're pleased to do that, and we hope the other half will join, as nobody is hosting debates like this or with this many people participating. All candidates that you will see in every single part of the debate hosted from Yes California are all declared candidates and Californians. So let's get into the format of the debate. Here are the candidates that you will be seeing today: Louis Vaughn, Veronica Fimbres, Joel Ventresca, John Drake, Kevin Call, Diego Martinez, and Rhonda Furran. Rhonda Furran wasn't able to make it today. The questions that we're going to be asking the candidates is how they, I'm going to mute everyone's mic until I call on you, just because it makes a cleaner audio. I apologize. We are going to be asking the candidates today how, as governor, they would solve one of these 15 crises that we faced in California: climate change, healthcare, wildfires, education, jobs, the drought, criminal justice reform, housing costs, the homeless epidemic, the possible coming recession due to the reopening of the economy, state taxes being too high, the budget surplus and how it should be spent. Should we raise taxes in general or cut services? What about evictions and a moratorium on them? And of course, undocumented immigration. We will ask about 5 of these questions to all of the candidates. Every candidate will be asked the exact same question as the others. They will all be given about 1.5 minutes to respond how they, as governor, would solve this issue. But before that, each candidate will be given a 2-minute introduction. And finally, each candidate will have a 2-minute closing statement. We're going to start the debate now. We will be ending it at 3 o'clock sharp. As moderator, I will make sure and insist that every candidate has their 2-minute intro. Every candidate is asked the same question with equal time in an unedited manner, and every candidate has time for their closing statement. Let me begin by doing the introduction that I do for all of these speeches, walking you through what we're doing and why we're doing it. I hope everyone can see this. It's a PowerPoint slide. So we just like to cover some of the facts behind the recall before we get started. We are not for the recall. We are not opposing it. We are simply saying that it's going to happen. And as an organization dedicated to bringing facts to the California voters that typically aren't mentioned in mainstream news, we just want you to know a little bit of the background. So here is Newsom versus Davis from Cal Matters, a well-respected policy institute, and they charted the course of popularity of the 2 governor candidates. One thing that we wanted to point out was that at one point, while these are 2 different governors, they had the exact same popularity. So Newsom and Davis were at least 1 point as unpopular. Now, Newsom has gone up in popularity, but he's projected to be slowing down in popularity going into the recall. Davis was doing much worse than Newsom, but was at least projected to increase. Interesting facts to note. Now, some of the concepts about who's behind the recall has said that everybody who's for the recall is a white supremacist, anti-vaxxer, QAnon conspiracy theorist, and anti-immigrant Trump supporter. Certainly, many people who back the recall are Trump supporters and support all of his horrible ideas. But there are other people like my mother, who's a full-blood Mexican and hates Donald Trump and backs the recall because she supports small business. It's unfair to characterize her as a white supremacist, given that she's full-blood Mexican and hates Donald Trump. So there's a little bit of manipulative communication about the participants in this event. Now let's take a look at some other conspiracies. One is that one group for the recall versus the group against the recall is all small money versus large money donors. That's not true. The people for the recall and the people against the recall have received the overwhelming majority of their funds from large donors and not the people. 90% of both the recall supporters and the people against the recall have received their money from inside California. In fact, the concept that Republicans from America are funding this, well, here's the numbers. If you add up all the Republicans in all of the states and the amount of money they've contributed to the California recall, it is less than the amount of San Franciscans who backed the recall. So there has been more money supporting the recall out of San Francisco than all of America combined. Some of the big donors for the anti-recall are Reed Hastings, Netflix, the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party of California. The big donors for the supporting the recall are Providence 39 LLC, Jeff Palmer, and DGB Ranch. The news has largely focused on these three candidates, especially Caitlyn Jenner, who's largely unpopular. These other two are not polling very well, but they're the only people who are given coverage, which is why we're having these debates. We also want to point out that the California Democratic Party has officially discouraged all Democrats from running in the recall for fear it would legitimize the event. Yes, that actually happened. Now, here's a bit of an interesting thing because the recall system is unique. What you'll do is you'll have a vote. You'll choose if Newsom should be recalled, and then you get to pick who wins if there's a majority of voters saying they want Newsom recalled. So while that seems a little bit funny, the fact is that Governor Schwarzenegger won the recall election. Nobody thought he would win. Nobody, but he did. So these recall elections can see new faces and voices achieve power when nobody in an expertise scenario thought that was possible. Here's a little bit of study on Gavin Newsom. So these are not the most current polls, but they're looking over January, February, March, and April. What we're seeing is largely static support for the recall and against the recall. So there's a lot of talk about how support against the recall is increasing. Perhaps that's true, but for 4 months, the amount of support for the recall and against was static, with both sides basically saying the same and neither one getting over half of the population to support their opinion. Now, one of the surveys that you're going to see in the news is from the Public Policy Institute of California, the most reputable think tank of the California government, from likely voters in March 2021, where it shows 56% of voters said, let's keep Newsom. You're going to see the news talking about how a majority of voters said they support Newsom. That's true. But what you will not see is that that exact same poll showed a majority of voters backed the recall. So yes, a majority of voters back Newsom, and a majority of voters think the recall election is a good idea. Again, you're not going to see that discrepancy mentioned. A lot of people are pointing out that Newsom has regained his popularity. That's true, but it's barely over half. That is not a strong position, and it's over 12% low from his high. He has never rebounded from his high at 64, and he's only managed to get up to about over half. Some of the newspapers are talking about how some voter support for recalling Newsom stays static at 36%. And that's true. But voter support against the recall also largely stayed static for months. So it's not accurate to say that people against the recall are massively growing while people for the recall are not growing. They're both barely growing at all and largely remain static. Here's some polling. Looking at every single poll done. Now, one of the interesting things is that the PPIC poll showed that 56% of voters were for Newsom not being removed. However, none of the other three polls come up with numbers anywhere near that. So if we look at the other three polls, we're looking at between 42 to 49%, somewhere under 50. Only the PPIC poll shows 56%. It's definitely way out there and isn't matched by any of the other polls, which show Gavin Newsom does not even have half of registered voters against his recall. Again, these are the most current polls, all of them. We'd like to point out that the LAO has said that Governor Newsom is projecting a budget surplus and giving stimulus checks on that, but that he has not been honest about the amount of the surplus. This has led critics like the Los Angeles Times, That should dispel any naive notion that politics isn't a major consideration in the governor's budget crafting for giving out stimulus checks. So the question is, why would the California Democratic Party tell all Democrats don't run because you'll legitimize the recall? And why is the governor giving out massive benefits right before the recall if there's no real threat to the governor? We're going to focus our questions on these two areas. Perhaps the governor will rebound from the recall from the coronavirus epidemic, but he's still weak on a variety of issues, which we're going to ask you as the candidates. Our issues come from these two polls, the UC Berkeley poll and the Public Policy Institute. These are the issues that they asked voters about. And as you can see, Governor Newsom is still unpopular on his handling of drought, criminal justice, housing costs, and the homeless issue, and has not received above 37% on any issue he's dealing with. We have boiled that down into these 18. You will be asked of 15 of those. And that is how we came up with the questions. So these are the candidates again. We're going to ask you the same questions. All of you will be able to answer. I have randomized your name in a random list generator. The order of who will be asked is Veronica Fimbres, then Kevin Call, then Rhonda Furin, Joel Ventresca, John Drake, Louis Wong, and then Diego Martinez, just to show that we're not being biased. I'd like to turn it over now to each candidate to do their opening statement. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to do their opening statement. We are going to go in order of the random list generator, which means, let me make sure I got this right. Veronica Fimbres, you are first to be able to give your 2-minute opening statement. Veronica Fimbres, how would you like to introduce yourself to the voters of California in no more than 2 minutes?
Good luck with that. Hi, hi, Californians. My name is Veronica Fimbres. I'm the first Black trans woman to ever run for governor. I think this is a perfect time to run for governor, since the recall would probably be one of the ways somebody could slip in and win, because otherwise they have it tied up. And first thing I would do was change the top 2, get rid of that. But my work in the community and politics has been to make things happen. And it started on a small scale here in San Francisco, where I was Commissioner of Veterans Affairs for over 14 years and 8 months. I'm a Vietnam era veteran. I served honorably and proudly in the Navy. There I displayed leadership. I've been a nurse for over 38 years. So I'm knowledgeable on health issues, and I belong to the Green Party. So I'm all about the planet, the people, and everything that we have, and the problems that we have here. So I guess I'm interested to see what kind of questions I'm going to get. But other than that, I'm 68. I'm glad to be alive. I survived COVID and AIDS and other problems that we've had. I've been where a lot of people, our constituents, have been. I've been homeless. I've been on drugs. I'm very candid. Truth doesn't hurt. Truth is good. So I don't mind talking about it because I've overcome those obstacles. And I think that that will be an inspiration to other people to know that they possess the same qualities, the same skill set. So it's my belief that everybody deserves the very best that life has to offer. And it's just up to you to realize it. And I guess that's my opening statement. That's me. I'm Veronica.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Kevin Call. Kevin Call, in 2 minutes, how would you like to introduce yourself to California voters looking to possibly select you in this upcoming election? Kevin Call. I'm sorry, I need to unmute you. I apologize. Kevin Call, you are unmuted.
Thanks, Marcus. It's an honor to be in this with esteemed candidates of Californian brothers and sisters. My background is I spent 30 years in India before I came to the United States to do my MBA in 1991. And I was privileged at the age of 21 with the electrical engineering background that I had. At the age of 21, I drove an aircraft carrier at that time of Asia's only aircraft carrier called Lioness Vikrant. And at 20, after I retired from the Indian Navy as a senior lieutenant of the Indian Navy, I built a port as electrical engineer in charge of the whole port and township with an ICB contract, ADB finance contract. And by 30, I decided when my son was born, I said there are too many potholes in India to have the motivation to be successful as an entrepreneur. And America came to me then in Mumbai and offered me MBA in 1 year's time in South Dakota. And it was too cold. And because of economic hardships, I moved to California, raised a family, and been very successful in the construction business here. Thereafter, I decided to do community service since 2000. In 2006, I started this organization called US Asia Business Forum, a nonprofit organization to primarily start with India to do business with California. And in the last 15 years, I have visited and brought in more than 15 to 20 countries to California to do business with. And I feel after the pandemic, it's like a reset happening to this world. And in political scenario, Gavin Newsom should retire and resign from office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to be a little stickler on the time just to make sure that everybody gets to be heard and everybody gets the same amount of time. Let's go to Joel Ventresca. Mr. Ventresca, opening statement, sir. And I probably muted you there. You are unmuted. I apologize. Mr. Ventresca.
Newsom is the poison, and I'm the antidote. He is a top 1% corporate Democrat, and I'm a bottom 99% progressive Democrat. He came out of a corrupt machine in San Francisco. By some reviewers, the corrupt machine in San Francisco is the most corrupt urban machine in California and America now. Newsom got to the governor's office because he rigged the election. He promoted with TV ads a weak Trump Republican candidate, Mr. Cox. Newsom raised $50 million, and he had rigged the election so much he didn't even have to spend $20 million of it. But anyway, let me tell you a little bit about my background and why I have the skill set to be the governor of California. I have 34 years of public service background working at the San Francisco International Airport that generates 300,000 jobs a year. I worked at the City and County of San Francisco Airport Commission, and I worked at the City and County of San Francisco Aging Commission. So 34 years as an administrator, as an analyst, as a safety and security and risk expert. And those skill set will come in handy in governing the state. I believe every issue that the current governor has touched, it's gone bad because he's incompetent, he's corporate, he's corrupt, and he needs to be removed. And I'm not surprised he's facing a recall. We've only had 2 serious recalls of a governor in the state of California in the last 110 years. It's because of his poor performance. And if you're corrupt and you have a poor performance, you should be removed from office. I was also part of my background, I was a Democratic Party runner-up for mayor in 2019. I'm a city and county of San Francisco environmental commissioner in the past. I was president of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. And I was an executive board member of SAU 790. So I come out of grassroots background, and I have the government experience to dig into the problems we're facing and resolve them.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I'm just trying to make sure equal time for each candidate. Thank you. We're going to go to John Drake. You have 2 minutes, Mr. Drake, to introduce yourself to the California voters. John Drake.
So my name is John Drake. I am from Ventura, California. I am very young, yes, but I consider that more of a strength. I am a student. I've been going through college, and I understand I understand how expensive education can be. I understand that life can throw you curveballs that you wouldn't expect to do. Like, I didn't expect to run for governor this year, but I'm happy to do it because I care and love my Californian communities. I love everyone in this state. I just want to make their lives better. I come from a background and family of small business owners, so I understand the regulations and overburdened taxation that we face. I really want to fix that. I'm tired of seeing multimillionaire candidates get elected from San Francisco or Los Angeles into the position of governor. And because over the past 50 years, we've done that since Ronald Reagan all the way through Gavin Newsom. They've been multimillionaires from one of those two cities. And in that same period, we've seen the quality of life for the average Californian just plummet. We've seen big exoduses. We've seen people just abandon the state altogether. My family is one of those. Was one of those families who just said we can't do it anymore. And so, and I saw the heartbreak that brought my mother because she loves the state. She was born in the state. She never imagined moving, but because of just the burdensome regulations that California forces on the average Californian, because they don't affect the corporations. Every politician in Sacramento is bought by a corporation one way or another, because they're either there to either advance their own political or financial career. And so I want to be able to prevent people from experiencing that heartbreak, from experiencing being left behind by a system that doesn't really care about them, that only benefits the rich. So I'm running for governor.
Perfect. Wow. 10 seconds before your date. Nice. Diego Martinez, 2-minute introduction, sir. How would you like Californians to see you, sir? Diego Martinez.
First of all, I want to say thank you for having me today. I know I was kind of like a late entry. My name is Diego Martinez. I am a candidate for governor of California. I am an immigrant to the United States. I came in here in the 80s. 2008, I became a U.S. citizen. I am a Republican. But before any of that, I am a Californian. And the truth is, our political parties both have failed, each and every single one of us here in California. And it's time that we make a difference. I run on real California solutions for real California problems. I'm a business owner. I've ran multi-million-dollar businesses over my career over the last 17 years. I believe in the police. I don't believe in defunding the police. I believe that we can make California a better state by fixing homeless, water, immigration, jobs, taxes, and deregulating California so we can actually have better businesses with the opportunities for trade schools, opportunities for work, and for everybody to grow. My name is Diego Martinez. You can find me at diegomartinez.com. Every Thursday morning, I do Waking Up California with Diego Martinez on Facebook and Instagram. I look forward to this debate. Please ask all the questions that you want. Thank you.
Well done. Okay, that was the introductory statements from each candidate. You were able to hear how the candidates like to describe themselves and what they felt was important for you as a voter to hear about them up front. We did not edit that, and you were able to see it live stream in no manipulated manner at all. We're now going to move to the question part where we will ask one of 15 major crises, and each candidate will be given 1.5 minutes to explain how, as governor of the world's 5th largest economy, something essentially the size of the nations of Germany and France, how would you solve this problem in a manner that perhaps no one else has suggested? We've already ran our random list generator, so the order of the candidates was not determined by me, and it was purely independent. The first person to respond will be, actually I got it better, Veronica Fimbres, and the first question is going to be the homeless crisis. Ms. Fimbres, how would you solve the homeless crisis in California as governor of the world's 5th largest economy and 40 million people in 1.5 minutes? Ms. Fimbres.
Wow. Okay. I've been homeless before myself, so I understand. I was homeless in New York. It was horrible. So I think one of the main things I would do is I believe in putting the homeless in homes and then getting them the help they need. But a lot of them are veterans and people that with mental health issues. And I think that the mental health issue is what is a component. So until you know, and for me, it was until I knew where I could lay my head, then I could go out and get a job. Then I can make stuff happen. But until you know where you're going to lay your head, it's no good. And a lot of these people that are homeless, if you talk to them, and I pass them every day on the street. I live in San Francisco. We have a huge homeless population. They say that they want to stay on the street. They don't want to go in the shelters. They feel insecure in the shelter. So if you house them and then get them treatments, and there's been a proven test of that, then if you house them and get them treatment after the fact, they'll be able to keep their housing and they'll be able to get the mental health that they need. And I think a lot of them need mental health, drug programs.
Okay, wow. Next up will be Kevin Call. Kevin Call, let me make sure you're unmuted. Sir, Kevin Call, as governor of the world's 5th largest economy, how would you solve the homeless crisis? That seems to be a long-term crisis here in California. Kevin Call.
I'm an engineer by profession and I'm into construction also. So these two added advantages are there with my background of more than 40 working years of my life. It's a very easy problem to solve. But homelessness, there are two issues about homelessness. One is the mental side, why people are homeless, and the other is economic hardships. So as the governor, I promise all the 40 million residents that no neighborhood will have homeless crisis. No neighborhood is going to be threatened by homelessness. But there are two solutions I have. All the state-owned lands, I am going to bring in 3D technology to build structures there, which takes a day or day and a half to build. And I'm going to home all the homeless people and separate it with the mental people on this construction venture that I'm going to take up. And this is going to be one of my top 10 priorities that I've planned when I'm the 41st governor of California.
Thank you. Mr. Joel Ventresca, how would you solve the homeless crisis in California, sir? I'm sorry. I apologize. Let me start again. The mic is unmuted. I only do that because it cuts down on the feedback to make a better audio. I apologize. Mr. Ventresca, in a minute and a half, how would you solve the homeless crisis as governor of California?
California has half the homeless in the United States. It's a very serious problem. I, as governor, working with the electorate and the state legislature, I will create comprehensive programs that will end homelessness, poverty, and mass incarceration. And there is some overlap between those three things, but we need to tackle them and solve them. We have a current governor who has expanded the gap between the rich and the poor. I will work to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor. We have a current governor who will not increase taxes on wealthy corporations and wealthy individuals. I will do that. I will generate the funds and the revenues and the expenditures that we need to tackle those issues. It's very interesting that back in the 1930s, we had a progressive running for governor, and he promised to end poverty. And the corporations ran all this advertisement against him and killed off that campaign. And decades later, we're still fighting over the same issue. What are we going to do to reduce poverty and homelessness and mass incarceration? Well, we need a top executive in the governor's office who's going to tackle these issues in a progressive Democratic Party way with the support of the electorate and with the support of the legislature. And we have the resources to do it. And if we need additional funds from wealthy people, I will not hesitate to increase taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations to do what we need to do. We need to stop talking about it and actually resolve these serious crises.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. John Drake, as governor, how would you solve homelessness in a minute and a half?
How I see it is that we have to mainly reallocate funds from failing institutions and projects. That solution right there is the most simple. We have the speed rail, which is over $100 billion, and we're supposed to put another $2 billion into that. Why not just take those funds, put them into creating affordable housing in Los Angeles and San Francisco, and then put people who are on the streets into those houses, and then with any funds that are left over, we can create jobs incentive programs, skill building programs to get them back into the community working. And then for those who it's not that simple for, because obviously mental health issues are growing in the United States, and coronavirus did not help that at all. It made it worse. People are more depressed now than ever. What you do is then you give them the mental health training and the mental health that they need. I think California has enough funds to basically solve homelessness. The problem is that it's just mismanaged and misallocated. It's not a very difficult thing to solve, but it will take time, and it will take the right people in office. So,
Okay. Diego Martinez, in a minute and a half, how would you solve this crisis, sir?
Well, first of all, let's get this straight. The homeless crisis is not a county by county crisis. It's a California crisis. And the first thing we need to do is address it like a California crisis. It's a California problem. So the first solution is this. In 1985, the Supreme Court ordered that we had to shut down our mental health institution. The first thing we're going to do is open up mental health. 70% of our homeless people have mental health issues, so we're going to get them the help they need. Right now, in front of Gavin Newsom, SB 640 is sitting on his lap, and he will not sign it. He hasn't signed it in 2 years, which allows family members to help their homeless people go into mental health institutions that they need. We have over $2 billion a year going towards a homeless population. It's not getting to them. The second, you got about 30% more of the people sitting out there that are homeless. We're going to help them with the old abandoned buildings that the government and the state already owns, like the old military bases. We're going to give them a trade school, because we're going to need plumbers, we're going to need electricians, we're going to need carpenters, we're going to need roofers. So we're going to give them a trade school, and they're going to help us build their housing. Now, they're going to earn their way there. It's not going to be free. When we build the housing, we're also going to build them a rehab center for alcohol and drugs. And we're going to go to San Francisco, Sacramento, LA, and San Diego, and we're going to do away with the shoot-up clinics. There's no more free drugs for people. We're actually going to make them either rehab clinics or no clinic at all. The homeless problem is a big problem, but we need to address it at the root. And the root is these people need help. They need to get off drugs, and buying hotels is not the way to go. But helping them get housing, helping them with the trade, and helping them get back on their feet is the way to go. And we're going to solve the homeless problem.
Oh, okay. We're going to go to another round of questions, starting again with Veronica Fimbres. The questions will be based on the top 15 crises that we are facing in California, according to the PPIC and UC Berkeley surveys from January to March. The next question is going to be the budget surplus and how should it be spent. Recently, California Governor Newsom said that there was a massive budget surplus. He has put a lot of the money into stimulus checks and unemployment assistance in addition to other programs. How do you feel a $35 to $76 billion budget surplus should be spent? Veronica Fimbres.
Wow, that's a lot of money. I think that if we have that kind of surplus, I would use it for another one to make sure that no child is hungry. Their children should not be hungry in the state of California. There shouldn't be any poverty in the state of California. So I would use that for incentive programs and mental health and housing. I think that those things are going to keep coming up and they interlap. Also, I worked at San Quentin and Rikers Island as a safety nurse and a community associate. And one thing at San Quentin I found is that they don't do real rehabilitation. So I think that we need to do real rehabilitation. It's called California Department of Prisons and Corrections and Rehabilitations, but there's no rehabilitation there. And so there's a lot of recidivism. They only give them $200 to leave out the gate. Give them money and get them into places and have them work and put them up and get them situated. That would be one thing. I mean, there's many ways to use this money that will benefit Californians. And I think I'd take a deeper look at it and see how it would best benefit Californians so that everybody gets a piece of the pie and it's not wasted.
Okay, thank you. Kevin Call. As governor of California, how would you spend a budget surplus somewhere between $40 to $76 billion, sir?
Marcus, the reason I'm running for governor of California is because I come from 1/3 of the world's global population, which is either Chinese looking or Indian looking. Number two, I would spend this money in the following categories. The governor of California or any state in the United States or the president of the United States has one primary role. He is the global business development manager. That is what I'm going to be. I'm going to set up California trade offices in 200 countries of the world, 193 approved by the United Nations, and rest of the countries which are not approved by the United Nations. I'm going to set up California trade offices and bring in minimum guarantee I give to my California residents is 3 to 5 trillion new business, where it's not only the privileged lot of Googles and Amazons and Facebook that go to my country of birth, India, and become the richest people in the world. Apple also, okay? If they did not sell 3 billion Indian and Chinese, Apple would not be the richest company in the world. Number two, those new businesses that I bring into California because of my 50-50 origin, 30 years India, 30 years United States experience, and running the US Global Business Forum as its founder chairman, I will utilize the funds out of the profits of new business that comes to California towards, number one, women empowerment. Women are only 8% of entrepreneurs in the state of California. Time is too short, sir.
I'm sorry. These were. We can change. We are open to.
That's okay. That's okay.
This is our 5th round of debate. We used to do 3 minutes, and Ken had said it was recorded down. So I apologize. Please send me comments. We're always trying to do better. Just trying to make sure everybody gets to be heard. The next person up will be Joel Ventresca. Joel Ventresca, how would you spend the budget surplus? And do you agree with how Governor Newsom spent it?
The budget surplus is temporary. It's because of the federal help that came in, which is one time, and because the super rich in the state made so much money while we were all losing money over the last year that they ended up paying more money. So that came in by the super rich paying more money under existing law. What we need to do is focus, and of course the governor is cynically sending out the money to try to buy him staying in office another 5 years. Even though he really doesn't have our back, he doesn't represent us. He couldn't care less about low, moderate, or middle income people. He lives in one world and the rest of us live in another world. But what we need to do is take the temporary surplus and match it with sustainable revenues that we need to have on an ongoing basis. And the primary thing we need to do is enact education and health care, cradle to grave, for all residents in the state. This will trigger opportunity, and it will lead for people. Every individual in the state can seize that opportunity if they know their health is secure and their education is secure, and it's always there and it's a right for them. And then they can improve their skills, make more money, and have upward mobility. So we need to make that the focus, and I mean cradle to grave. So when you need services, healthcare or education, it's there for you, whether you can pay for it or not. We will make sure that it will be sustainable by making sure we use existing government revenues. We'll raise more money from the super rich. And if you're able-bodied and your career is successful, there'll be a payroll deduction to help pay for it as well, because nothing's for free. So if your career is doing well, there will be a payroll deduction for it. But it will jumpstart opportunity and advancement so people can move ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. John Drake, how would you spend the budget surplus, sir?
I think we have to ask ourselves, what communities in California are the worst off? time and time again, when the statistics come out, it's always communities of color. They always experience the most crime. They always experience the most brutality when it comes to police violence. They always are lacking in education, lacking in infrastructure. They're lacking in so many necessities in order for communities to survive. What I would take with that surplus and any surplus after that is just reinvest that into those communities. Those communities have been left behind for not just years, and not just decades, but for centuries. They have just been left behind. And so what I think we should do as Californians is sort of not so much focus on the rich at this point, because yes, they don't pay their fair share, and yes, Democrats are supporting Newsom because he's a corporate Democrat. But right now we have to mainly focus on, I think, fixing the problems we have through compassion and understanding. And part of the understanding is saying communities of color have been given the short end of the stick, and we should use what funds we have that are available to us to reinvest into those communities so that they don't have all these issues going forward, or at least they have less of them, so that they can then build off of those in order to achieve the California dream. And that California dream is just achieving a livable life in such a beautiful state. That's all I have.
Okay. Diego Martinez, how would you spend, as governor of the world's fifth largest economy, a budget surplus projected somewhere between 35 to 75 billion?
Well, first we got to look at the Central Valley and our water issues. The Central Valley doesn't have enough water, and we keep going in a drought. That's because the federal government and the state of California keep dumping into the ocean. Well, you have a county like Mendocino County up north that they have to truck their water in. So what we need to do is take the surplus and start investing it into our infrastructure, getting our water dams built, and stop dumping the water into the ocean so that we don't have a drought. At one time, California fed 80% of America with our agricultural. Right now, we're down to 30%, and a lot of it is because we don't have water. Our water reservoirs are old, our dams are breaking, and we need to take that money, put it back into infrastructure, get California people back to work, and stop dumping our water into the ocean. At the same time, desalination plants are down south, and we need to reopen those with the private companies. And our access of water, after we have 3 years worth of water supply in the state of California, we should be able to sell off to other states that need water, do a water pipeline, which will generate more businesses for California. Our excess water money that we have, because it's not going to take all that money, we're going to go ahead and reinvest in small businesses, because I believe we need more small businesses in California. We need to be strong on the business, and we need to invite businesses into California, not let them leave anymore, which means we have to deregulate California. So we could talk about what I do with the surplus, but it leads into 100 other things that we need to do in California at the same time with the surplus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start another round of questions. The question will come from these 15 top crises. We are going to pick undocumented immigration. It should be nice and controversial for everybody. First response will be Veronica Fimbres in a minute and a half. How would you handle undocumented immigration as governor? Veronica Fimbres. It's Fimbres.
First of all, if you're living in California, you are a resident. So you're not an immigrant as far as I'm concerned. You're a resident here, and you do count and you do matter. The issues at the border are federal, and I want that to be their job. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to monitor that. For the people that are here, I want to make sure that they get a fair chance, the DACA, and moving them, making sure that they get a chance for citizenship. That a concept that they're taking jobs is just ridiculous, because they work so hard in those fields, and once we get rid of glycophosphates and all that stuff that's poisoning them, they pick our produce. We wouldn't have strawberries. We wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for them. They work so hard. So they're entitled to have citizenship here in the state of California and in the United States. They deserve it. And so I'd work on that. I'd have programs for them so that they can succeed. That's it.
Okay. Kevin Call, you are unmuted. Kevin Call, how would you handle the undocumented immigration situation in California as governor of all of us, sir?
Marcus, very interesting question to an immigrant. You know, I have had my issues in immigration myself, and I think it's an ulcer. American immigration system is an ulcer. That needs a complete reform. But as the governor of California, I do not have the authority or the jurisdiction to change the laws of immigration, make it more pro-Canada-like, because it took me 6 months to be a Canadian resident, and it took me 19 years to be an American citizen. With my qualification, I should have been invited by America and said, here is your green card at the airport. Now, all these illegal immigrants who are there in California, unfortunately, in America, we tell the world we are a human society. We treat our pets better than we treat illegal people. Illegal people have a right under California governor, 41st governor Kevin Call. They will have equal rights of what a citizen of California is going to have. As far as my state is concerned, they are going to be having equal rights, and they will be treated like human beings. And that is what our value system is like. There's no exception. All 40 million citizens are going to treat fellow citizens, illegal or legal, with equal respect and as human beings. That is what the American value is all about. That's why I'm in this country. That's why I became an American citizen myself. There's no reason. India does not have an immigration system, but it's the most functioning democracy in the world, with the whole world being there of 1.4 billion people. Nobody asks a neighbor whether you're illegal, legal. Only Columbus left this country and went back to his country, who founded this nation. Everybody else is an immigrant to this country. So let's face it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Joel Ventresca, you are unmuted. How would you handle the topic of undocumented immigrants in California, sir, as governor? Governor candidate Ventresca.
The electorate needs to understand that for the governor of California, the governor really cannot differentiate between undocumented and documented. They're all residents of the state, and the governor needs to figure out how to have upward mobility for all the residents. We have more immigrants, undocumented and documented immigrants, than any other state in the nation. We have 53% of California's immigrants are naturalized U.S. citizens. So they went through the process. 25% have some form of legal status, a green card or a visa, and 22% of immigrants in the state are undocumented, which we're talking about here. And in 2019, that was about 2.3 million people. This is men, women, and children, and we have to be humane and compassionate, and we have to figure out how to grow our economy and let people fit in where they can and not have people mistreated in the shadows. None of us benefit by that. We're the 5th largest economy in the world, and if we jumpstart our economy and get everybody back to work, and of course I support a minimum hour raise increased to $16. That's going to get able-bodied people back into the workforce faster. And I also would support cutting taxes for small businesses for 5 years at the state, county, and local level so people can restart their businesses and start hiring people.
Thank you. John Drake, what is your opinion about how to deal with the millions of people, as Mr. Ventresca pointed out, who live in our society and aren't legally recognized by the federal government as full citizens? What would you do, sir?
What I would say is, first of all, I don't think the status of whether you're an immigrant or not should give you a say on a topic. I myself am an immigrant, but I'm not going to flaunt this. All right. I think how we should be addressing immigration is we're all human. Okay. that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be like, come over the border. We're going to protect you from the federal government, because in the end, the federal government does have jurisdiction. However, for every single immigrant that is here, whether documented, undocumented, whether resident or not, they are still human, and they deserve to be treated like any American citizen. They deserve to be treated humanely and be given legal rights, not necessarily like citizenship. However, I'm talking more legalistically. Like, you should be treating them fairly in the legal system. You should be giving them a help up. You should be encouraging them financially to fend for themselves through the time they're here, because that's why they're here anyway. They're here to make a better life for themselves. They're not here to just mooch off the system like some would claim. They're not here to make life worse for Californians. They're trying to better themselves. And I think if we give out an open hand to them and say, we'll give you a leg up, I think that's ultimately in the best interest of Californians and California in general, because as Veronica said and Mr. Ventresca said, they contribute so much to the economy. They without them, we wouldn't have a lot of the food that we have. Without them, we wouldn't have, because they do pay taxes. We would not have the tax revenue that we have. And so a lot of the programs that we do have that do help the poor are thanks to them, because their taxes pay for them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Diego Martinez, how would you deal with this particular issue that involves millions of Californians who live right next door to us? Mr. Martinez.
Well, first of all, before we get going, I want everybody to know this. We're going to finish the wall. We're going to build the wall. We're going to finish it. We're going to secure our border. We have a lot of people here who are undocumented in the United States that take a lot of our free services. But that does not mean we can't fix the problem. The real solution to the problem is simple. The people who are here right now getting the free insurance and getting the free programs through the United States or through the California taxpayers at this moment, we will give them a 3 to 4 year work permit for the state of California only. So it's a California work permit for the state of California. So everybody who's here illegally getting the free services will get a work permit, an opportunity to prove to the California people that they deserve to be here. At that moment, they will pay their fair share of taxes, in state and federal, with no more free programs. That will also allow Californians to be able to reduce our taxes that we pay, because instead of having 2/3 of California paying taxes, now we're going to have a whole of California paying taxes. At the same time, it relieves immigration for the people who have been here for a long time, who are backed up in order. Now the immigration system can actually start taking care of those people and get those people moved through the process. There's been a lot of people who have been here in the United States for years and are waiting for their services, for their documentation, because of new people coming in. So if we could put a hold on that, give them a work permit, let them work for the next 4 years, prove that they're honest, hardworking Californians and they deserve to be here, then they can move on to a good status to be able to start applying for their green card. But we have got to keep the people here. We have got to get everybody to work, and we have got to get away from free. There's no such thing as free in this world. And right now, 23% of California is paying.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the next question. And the order of candidates and the next question will be wildfires. Wildfires are a major issue in California. Every year, we have massive amounts of property get burned down. Recently, we had a lot of people lose their homes. Half of California is ran by the federal government, which is most of the force. California doesn't even own the majority of the force, it's the federal government. And yet they seem to burn down every year. During the George W. Bush administration, we did not receive adequate numbers of federal assistance for firefighters, resulting in increased fires. That also happened during the Donald Trump administration. Now, while the Barack Obama administration was a little bit more kinder, they too ran into budget problems and were not able to provide the amount of requisite federal assistance for fighting fires. Given that half of California is owned by the federal government and goes ablaze every single year, it destroys our climate change goals, kills people, endangers firefighters, and makes people lose their homes. How would you solve the wildfire issue in California, Veronica Fimbres?
As a teenager, I was a firefighter. So I had that luxury of fighting fires with a group of teams in Detroit, Michigan. California, because of the drought, so the fire and the drought go hand in hand, but I think I would do some legislation, some proportional legislation, and have us challenge and maybe take them to court, the federal government, so that we can have, if it's about wires should be underground to prevent fires that are triggered by that. Also, we should ban lighting fires around trees anyway. I mean, we really need to be cognizant of how, like, that guy wanted to propose to his girlfriend and lit fireworks in the forest and burned all those houses and everything down. So we need people to be conscientious of what happening with fires and how we can prevent them. PG&E was responsible for a lot of the fires too. My friend's house was still saved in Paradise, California, but Paradise, California was annihilated because of fires. And Trump thought that raking the ground and cleaning up the forest would help, and maybe that would somewhat. But that's not what the deal is. The deal is that we need to be more conscientious. Cars shooting sparks, all that. Our grass is dry. Maybe we can bring in animals to eat the grass. Sheep, goats, whatever. Eat up the surplus grass and whatever. Organic solution and wires underground.
Thank you. Kevin Call, you are unmuted. How would you deal with this massive issue every single year that sometimes we don't get federal support to actually deal with appropriately? Kevin Call.
Being the fifth largest economy in the world, we don't need federal support, sir. I honestly believe to cater to 40 million residents of California, being the fifth largest economy in the world, I do not depend on anybody else. Like in Finland, they do controlled burns. Most successful country in the world which takes care of brush fires and other kinds of fires is Finland. It's called the controlled burns. So we bring in that technology here and we ensure that there's no going to be brush fires anymore in California state. Once you eliminate that part of the controlled burns, I don't see these brush fires to be an issue. Edison is sued, or the Paradise thing happened, PG&E is sued. You know, the utility company's responsibility is going to be monitored by the state of California. I do not need federal assistance to run my state. I am going to be enforcing the controlled burns mechanism on these utility companies and make it the responsibility of the fire departments to make sure there's no future brush fires that happen. They happen because of negligence. And the blame game has to stop here. That's my stand as the governor of California. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Joel Ventresca. Joel Ventresca, you are unmuted. As governor of the world's fifth largest economy, approximately 40 million people, the size of Germany and France, what would you do with this issue that deals with massive federal overlap and the inability to have direct impact on?
Well, first of all, I was a safety security risk expert at the San Francisco International Airport for 31 years. I had to deal with these issues all the time. We were targeted for terrorism, earthquake, wildfires, any pandemic. We trained for all of that. We did preparation for it. So I have that skill set. Under Newsom's mismanagement, we had a record number of acres burned in 2020, 4 million. Never happened before under Newsom. Newsom's family took $700,000 from California's largest utility, PG&E, then engineered a massive Wall Street-friendly ratepayer-funded $21 billion bailout. That's PG&E. They're generating a lot of the wildfires because they shortchanged their maintenance and upkeep on their infrastructure, and they got away with it. And of course, PG&E is headquartered here in San Francisco. There's a corrupt machine here that produced Newsom. Newsom's friendly with PG&E. He's not holding them accountable. As governor, I will set up a public power statewide system for the 3 private electric utilities, and I'll make sure that we reshape our energy utilities into a full service, consumer-owned, statewide public power system that operates efficiently, reliably, sustainably, and safely with 15% lower rates. And of course, we can maintain the equipment properly that would probably end half of the wildfires. I also support a buffer zone between where there's towns and cities of 5 miles. So if there is a fire that breaks out, we can protect where people live. I'm for 24-hour, 365-day firefighting force. I think we should remove the dead million trees that are in our forest because of the last drought we went through. There's all kinds of things we can do to reduce the risk of wildfires being so catastrophic in California.
Thank you. Thank you. John Drake, how would you solve the massive issue of fires across California?
I think the best way to fight wildfires is to prevent them in the first place. And California has neglected that duty. I would say even under Jerry Brown, before Newsom, we were not taking proactive measures and actually removing brush and removing, like Ventresca said, removing dead trees. We were not doing anything to actually prevent wildfires. In fact, we were basically giving them fuel for when they did start to burn again. And as for the federal government not giving us enough money to fight the wildfires, I think because it is federal property, they should be providing us with the funds to basically fight their fires, because you don't see a lot of wildfires originating in small neighborhoods owned by the city of Los Angeles or owned by other smaller cities. You see them start to erupt in more of these federal-owned lands. And so I think if push comes to shove, and let's say a fire actually ends up destroying a huge part of a city, kind of like it did in Ventura about 4 years ago, when we had the Thomas fires, I think if you don't start paying us to fight these fires, we will come after you as a state and sue you for all the damages that incurred. And California has yet to do that. We have not threatened the federal government in any way. And I think the way that we basically get more funds from the federal government as a way to fight these fires is more with preventative measures and saying we will prevent these fires, and in response you don't have to pay us as much for when we fight.
Okay. Diego Martinez, wildfires. Innovative solution, sir? What do you have for us?
The first thing, let's get this straight. We're never going to prevent wildfires. It's not going to happen. That's like saying the East Coast is not going to get any tornadoes. Not going to happen. But what we can do is prevent the damage that the wildfires will do. If we go back 30 years ago, when the lumber industry was here in the state of California and was going strong, we didn't have the issues that we have now. Yes, we had wildfires, but we had ability to prevent the damage that it made after that. And that's because we did what they call forest management. So my first thing is to actually bring back the lumber industry in the state of California, deregulate what we have gone out here so we can bring more lumber companies into the state of California, even on the federal land. Each one of those dead trees are on the ground are worth thousands of dollars that the state can sell to the lumber industry, which goes out there, thins out our forest, makes roads so that we can actually get in there and actually fight the fire firsthand. Our biggest problem right now is that the debris and the dead lumber is so bad that it's like you put an accelerator on the ground, so when it touches the ground, it spreads everywhere. With proper forest management, our wildfires will be contained within days, not months, and the damage will be minimal. Again, you can never say that wildfires won't happen in the state of California, but what we need to be prepared for is preventing the damage that it's going to cost. And that's why bringing the lumber industry back into California twofold will generate more revenue for the state of California and will generate more jobs for the California people. And that's what we need right now, forest management.
I'm seeing Mr. Drake, do you have a comment for Mr. Martinez? I'll allow a 1-minute response, Mr. Drake.
All right, sweet. I'm glad we could actually do this. I didn't know we could do this. All right. So what I was mainly hinting at was obviously wildfires are not preventable. Tornadoes are not preventable. Tsunamis are not preventable. But what we can do is that we can prepare for the worst and minimize the damage as possible. When I say wildfire prevention, such as removing brush, such as removing dead trees, it's not saying, oh, we're going to prevent wildfires by doing that. It's saying that there's less of a chance that wildfires will enter those areas and become even bigger. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying let's play God. I'm saying let's work proactively and with knowledge of how situations tend to unfold.
Mr. Martinez, a response to Mr. Drake. 1 minute, sir.
Nobody's insinuating that anybody thinks of it, but when we talk about wildfires, when we talk about any natural disasters, everybody thinks that we can control it. Unfortunately, you can't. What you can't control is the outcome. And that's what forest management is about. And that's why bringing the lumber industry and bringing more jobs back to California is so crucial. Not only that, a lot of us who live out here in these areas, it'll reduce our insurance that we have to pay now because thanks to the spotted owl, that's what happened. And we lost a lot of jobs and a lot of good communities. So nobody's saying that anybody thinks that we're going to stop them, but we just got to be clear. Nobody will ever stop wildfires. We just got to prevent the damage.
In order to be fair to the other candidates, I will allow the 3 who did not provide additional comments 1 minute of additional commentary on the topic of wildfire, starting with Ms. Fimbres. You have 1 minute to provide additional insight on the topic of wildfires. Ms. Fimbres.
I actually liked what Diego said about forest management, because I remember that they used to do that, and there hasn't been for a long time. So it's an excellent idea, but I still think that we should work to put lines underground and do things that can prevent fires, and forest management is a good thing. And I like that concept. That's it.
Mr. Call, you are unmuted, an additional 1 minute to respond on the topic of wildfires based on anything you've heard from the other candidates, sir.
I liked what Diego has just said, Mr. Martinez. Good suggestion. Bring the lumber industry into this, and that is one good suggestion that came into the discussion. The other thing is make the utility companies, in addition to paying for the damages to the homeowners, also they should be liable from the state of California. If it is in their properties, they are the reason for that. And the third thing is go with the controlled burns, get these fire chiefs to go to Finland and see how Finland is the most successful controlled burns that they are doing. And the Australia fire that happened recently last year, and all those could have been avoided. And those kind of expertise, I'll have an outreach to the fire chiefs to go review the world. And that's it. That's my only solution to this.
Thank you. Mr. Ventresca, 1 minute to respond, additional commentary on the topic at hand. Mr. Ventresca.
We should have comprehensive, state-of-the-art fire prevention. State-of-the-art fire prevention. We're the largest state. Wildfires are a very significant issue in this state. And I live in San Francisco, and the smoke from nearby wildfires got so bad one day last year that the sun looked like it didn't even come up. The sky was orange. It was covered with smoke, even though the wildfires were more than 50 miles away. So we're dealing with a major environmental crisis. We need to focus on fire prevention. And as I said before, we have to put more resources into it. We have to remove the dead trees. We need buffer zones between the towns and the cities. And we need a state-of-the-art firefighting force to control it. The property damages are getting very high. The liability is becoming so severe now that some insurers don't want to insure family homes because they're in fire areas. And of course, if people can't insure their homes with fire insurance, how can they maintain their mortgage, which often requires fire insurance? And then the fire insurance rates are doubling. And so this is a major issue. We need a new governor who's going to roll up their sleeves and tackle this issue and get this issue under control.
Thank you. I'm going to allow a 1-minute follow-up question to any candidate who would like to take it. Over half of California's landmass is owned by the federal government, not under the control of state authorities or the government. That's about 80% of the fires. Most candidates talked about weeding out the forest and cleaning them up and providing resources. Given that you have no ability to interject those facilities into 80% of the forest landmass of California, how would you implement these policies? We'll go in order, starting with the first person up. We're going to go with John Drake. 1 minute to response because he had his hand up first, and then we'll go to Joel Ventresca. John Drake, 1 minute to respond, please.
What I would say is essentially it's more like a deal with the federal government. I would say we will clear these brush fires for you, or we'll clear these fires for you by clearing out the brush, creating buffer zones. But in response, you give us funds to fund these things. However, if you don't do that, someone has their mic on. I keep hearing myself. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Fight. Where was I? Oh my God. Okay.
What would you do? The federal government owns most of the land. We don't. How are you going to get them to do that stuff you're talking about?
Yeah. We'll do that. But if the fires get out of hand and they have not made that deal with the state of California, then we will take them to court and hold them completely liable for all the damages incurred on the state. That means people's lives, people's homes, damages to cities. We will take them to court and we will win because they should have taken the deal, or they should have been mindful of the damages that could have been caused, but they didn't because they were being stupid.
Mr. Ventresca, in 1 minute, how would you handle that issue, sir?
Well, I'm a Democrat, and the Democratic Party is in control of the executive branch of California, and the Democrats are in control currently of the House, the Senate, and the White House. So I think there is a lot of room for cooperation to address this issue in the short term and the long term. And I also believe that we need to work on a bipartisan basis when we're dealing with environmental crises, because we all want clean air, clean water, clean food. We want to have well-being for the residents of the state of California. But all these levels of government, they need to work together on the wildfire crisis as well as global warming. And so I do think it's important for California to push the Democratic Party to the left, create cooperation, but also reach out for bipartisanship on environmental crises, where I think both major parties in the state can work together on.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next section. The order candidates will be Veronica Fimbres, Kevin Call, Joel Ventresca, John Drake, Diego Martinez. We're moving into the second portion of the debate, getting close to the closing statements. The issue that we're going to talk about right now is healthcare. So in California, we're a little bit more progressive than the rest of America. One of the things I like to point to routinely is that this was Bernie Sanders' country. Now, you don't have to be a Bernie Sanders fan, but he beat Joe Biden in the California primary by over 10 percentage points. That is gigantically significant. So when California voters who are majority Democrat look between Bernie and Biden, over 10% more of them picked Bernie over Biden. That was not a rigged election. There was no interference. That's what California voters wanted. Additionally, when we look at surveys of California voters, a clear majority of them want single-payer health care, or what's known as a universal system of healthcare, as found in almost all modern industrialized nations around the planet. That is not what America has currently under the Obama administration or the Trump administration or the Biden administration. Joe Biden, when asked about universal healthcare, said, quotes, "The bill will never make it to my desk." Additionally, when people said, "Doesn't the coronavirus epidemic show the need for universal healthcare?" Biden said no. So given that there seems to be no support from the federal government for universal healthcare, and it was not done by the Obama administration. Is it up to Californians to implement universal health care on our own, which a clear majority of California voters have said in multiple polls that they want? Or is this an issue we kick down the road? Veronica Fimbres, what would you do about the healthcare issue in a minute and a half?
It's not something that I would ever kick down the road. As a nurse and one of the nurses in the nurses unions, we stand by and want single payer. We don't want anybody to be left out of care. We don't want people to have to go to emergency rooms if they don't have to. If we have a single payer, what we could do is get a concentration of the insurance companies and go to the table and talk about how to hammer out a single payer plan that will benefit everybody in California. The only way to do it is single payer. And by doing that, that's one of the things that the Green Party stands for, is single payer. And when you start talking about Democrats and Republicans, we've always had the same thing, the same two things. We need to end the top two. We need to let other people in. And that will make a lot of difference. And also proportional representation for healthcare. All of this stuff goes together. So we need something new.
Kevin Call, you are unmuted. How would you deal with the fact that Californians want single-payer healthcare and there seems to be little realistic support from the federal government for that implementation? Kevin Call.
I think healthcare is an issue which is the governor's responsibility. It is not the responsibility of the federal government to tell me how I take care of my citizens of the state of California. 60% of California hospitals are part of my community, Indo-American community primarily. Out of that, one of the top companies, which owns 45 hospitals. And there were a lot of issues to understand because I've grown up with these people who are part of California citizens and who have been very successful. And they gave me some things inside about this industry, how regulations in the Attorney General, why should an Attorney General's office be involved in the growth of a hospital which takes care of California residents? One Attorney General to take over a hospital that was losing $10 million in Los Angeles, she put in 200 pointers. When she was succeeded by another Attorney General, those 200 pointers came down to 7 pointers. For a hospital that is losing business, 60% of the hospitals of California are losing money. I will have a major grant or incentive, you might call it, as the California governor, to make sure that the healthcare industry, which is the backbone of our lives that matter, all lives that matter, is going to be given a top priority of modernization of the hospitals, because 25% of the pandemic people who have died in the world came out of United States. And if we say our healthcare system is the best system in the world, how can it be in the major crisis that 25% of the world's 3 million people who have died comes out of United States of America? So this healthcare system of California is one of my top priorities as the 41st governor of California, to revamp it, redesign it with these suggestions I will take from all hospital owners, bring them on one room, one table, get the best advisors and less regulation, and give the best service to my citizens. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. The next person we're going to go to is Joel Ventresca. You are unmuted, Mr. Ventresca. Your response to the question, sir.
I am a progressive Bernie-crat Democrat. I support single-payer Medicare for all. It's being blocked at the national level. It's being blocked by the current governor, who actually campaigned on it in 2018. But now he's taking in millions of dollars from the private healthcare insurance industry and all the players in that. And of course, they don't want single payer. So he's double. He was disingenuous when he was elected governor to bring single payer. Now he is doing nothing to create it, and he's taking money from the same forces that want to kill it. So if I'm elected governor, I will create a healthcare system for everyone, cradle to grave, and I will pay for it by 3 methods. One is, if your career is going well, there'll be a payroll deduction. I will increase the taxes on wealthy individuals and wealthy corporations. And also the existing money that we're generating in revenues at the federal, state, and local government, I'll pool those resources to pay for it. So we can have a healthcare system that no other state will have. And we will be the first to do it. We're the most populous state. We have the resources to do it. I will do it, and I will do it very quickly.
John Drake, what would you do, sir, as governor?
How I see it is that people's lives are not a commodity to be profited off of. And that's what the healthcare and that's what healthcare companies tend to do. However, I'm not a huge supporter of single payer healthcare, of universal healthcare, for the reason that it does take away people's abilities to make their own decisions about their own health, whether they want healthcare or not. What I would support is universal availability of healthcare, which is a separate thing, meaning that if you're a billionaire and you want to be on this publicly funded program, you can be. If you make $10,000 a year, you can be. I don't think you should be forced to. Like if you like your own private insurance and you want to go for that, go ahead. If your company provides you insurance, go for that. I think it should be really up to the individual, but there should be a public option that is available for everyone that you're not forced into paying. Because it's not going to succeed on the federal level. I 100% believe that. I don't think we'll ever get universal health care in this country because Republicans won't allow it, and the corporate Democrats that exist will not allow it because they're also bought by insurance companies. So I don't think it's realistic to assume the federal government will do it. But on a state level, we can provide health care to people if they choose to have it. I think we should have that system in place, but it's really up to Californians to make their own decision on their own health.
Diego Martinez, how would you answer this question, sir? Diego Martinez, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
How would you deal with healthcare in California?
Well, we're already dealing with it. We're just dealing in the wrong manner. Now, my proposal is a very simple one. Unfortunately, Barack Obama was president for a while, and he taxed everybody $1,000 a year if you couldn't afford insurance. Gavin Newsom takes office in the state of California, and he inverts that, but instead of helping the California taxpayers, he turns around and helps the illegal immigrants or undocumented people. He provides them free health care. Well, nothing's free in this world, so the California taxpayers actually paying for that. We actually pay for health care every time that we get paid. It gets taken out of your check. My proposal is simple. Now that I fixed immigration, we have 100% of everybody paying for California taxes and federal taxes. We're going to take the money, but this is a little tricky here. Though you're paying for your medical out of your taxes, and we're going to put that into a fund. After you pay your state taxes for a year, you're actually going to get a medical card. The medical card is a substitution for your Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and your basic Kaiser. I'm not telling anybody to get rid of their personal insurance or their private insurance. This is a substance. If you lose your job, you have that 90-day window without coverage, or you really need health care because you can't afford it. We're already paying into it, so the California people should get their money back. Now, how this works is simple. What it's really going to do is going to actually make companies that do your pharmaceuticals actually have to be competitive in the state of California and lower the prices of their drugs, because now you can go and get your Medicare card and you can actually get your medicine from them. We're already paying for it, so we should get it. It'll be California only, but you only get it when you pay your taxes. If you don't pay California taxes, you don't get anything because technically you're paying in the system. I'm going to work with the private hospitals to get 3 of their wings where they're going to have interns actually taking care of people who are on this kind of insurance. So our cost stays down in the medical field. Those are also the people who are going to help our veterans who actually need better health insurance because the VA is not taking care of them. So it all kind of goes hand in hand. We need to be able to stand in front of healthcare, but we need to, if we pay for something, we should be able to get it. Every year I get taxed $1,000 when people are getting free insurance, yet I'm paying for it. So for those reasons, the California people should get a return on their investment and they should have something for it.
Okay. That was excellent. We're going to go down to, we are winding down. We will do a 1 minute response. So we're going to go with Veronica Fimbres first, 1 minute response. Veronica Fimbres.
Yeah, I wanted to say this to Diego about the VA hospital. The VA hospital has the best health care. I don't know what you've heard. I worked at 3 hospitals in the Bronx and in La Jolla, and I go to the one here in San Francisco. Their doctors are all from the university, and they have state-of-the-art techniques and care. I know you hear horror stories about others. I have a plan to turn the whole VA hospital system green. And I discussed this before at my job, and they put a nix on it. So I'm discussing it now, and that's what I would do. We have good health care at the VA, FYI.
John Drake, 1 minute.
I guess just to butt in a bit. I guess I would say I know what many Republicans are afraid of when they hear universal health care. It's what my own parents are afraid of, is that they're afraid of complete government management or mismanagement of healthcare, because the government doesn't tend to run things very well. And so I totally understand the fear of having a VA-like system for universal healthcare, or the fear of having universal healthcare that's controlled by the government at all. But I think if that's the main concern, you could always subsidize management and control of those to nonprofit organizations that would gladly take on that responsibility. You don't necessarily have to have the government running things if that's a huge problem. That's just my 2 cents.
We're going to allow each candidate an additional 1 minute to respond. Diego requested first. We'll go to Diego Martinez. 1 minute additional response. Mr. Martinez.
Okay, so when I'm talking about the VA, I'm not saying that our veterans don't get it. They don't get it on a timely manner. I know too many veterans that come home. First of all, they need mental health that they're not getting. They need something operated on, and they're not getting it because the VA is not taking care of them. Our veterans should be number one in this country, and they should be the only person that get anything for free. So my health care plan also includes the veterans to be able to go to the VA, get diagnosed, and say, okay, you got a month to wait to get your operation. No, they're going to be able to go back to their hometown, go to that doctor's, go to that hospital and get taken care of right away, because our veterans never asked us to wait 3-4 months or a year before they went to war. So that's what I'm talking about, the VA. They have great doctors, but our veterans need the help today, not in a month from today.
Mr. Call, and then Mr. Ventresca, and then Mr. Call. Mr. Ventresca, let me unmute you. Mr. Ventresca, 1 minute, please.
The healthcare system we have nationally and in the state, it's failing. 20 cents of every dollar that we spend on medical care is private for-profit health insurance companies trying to figure out a way to make sure you don't get the care you need. This has got to stop. This is colossal waste of money. We need to focus on delivering healthcare services for everyone in a system that's comprehensive. It's a guaranteed right. Everyone's included. We don't need to have all this paperwork, the bills, the debts, the fears that are instilled in everyone through their life. It should be a right. Healthcare needs to be a right. It needs to be provided by the state of California. We can do it. We have the resources. Other states may have obstacles that prevent them from doing it, but we can do this, and everyone can be covered. And I'm not for fining people $1,000 a year if they don't have healthcare. That is ludicrous. We need to get everyone the health care that they need. It needs to be universal. We need to fund it. I agree, nothing is for free. We will fund it based on the way I described it earlier. But if you don't have the ability to pay for it, you're not going to be turned away. You're going to be able to go get the health care you need And when you're able-bodied and working over your career and you're doing well, you will have a payroll deduction that help pay for 1/3 of it. And then 1/3 will come from rich people and 1/3 will come from federal, state, and local funds that we're spending on healthcare now. Private health insurance it's a racket. It's a paper game. It's a colossal waste. What we need to do is provide services, not a bunch of paperwork.
Thank you. Mr. Call, 1 minute to respond on the topic. Then we'll move on to the next issue. Mr. Call, let me unmute you. Additional minutes, sir.
There are two issues here we're talking about. One is the veterans issue, which is the solution to the veterans issue is there is a lack of doctors taking care of the veterans. So if we have a PPP model or a BOT model or a BOT model, we can solve this veterans issue in collaboration with the federal government, because veteran is not a state issue. It's a federal issue. So it has to be taken up with the VAs, with the federal issue. And if they don't have the funds to build new hospitals, we are going to go out as California governor to reach out to the masses here, to the corporate giants like Apple and all of them, to assist the federal government to take care of veteran issues. Number one. The second issue that we have to take care of the 40 million residents of California, this whole healthcare system needs reset and revamping it, especially after the pandemic. Find out reasons why 25% of the deaths happen in the most modern, so-called modern healthcare system that we call ourselves. And if there is a possibility to learn from the world, we would like to learn from the rest of the world how they have prevented, how their healthcare system works. But we need to be the best in the world because we are from California, 5th largest economy in the world. And we are going to assist all the existing entrepreneurs who are running the healthcare industry. I know people, they don't want to buy hospitals in California, so they expand outside California. I know those entrepreneurs. I am part of those entrepreneurs. They're part of my community. But they just don't want to buy hospitals in California. And that is the reason why Newsom.
We have to stop there. Sorry, in order to be fair to all candidates. We're going to go on to the next issue. The order of candidates will be Veronica Fembres, Kevin Call, Joan Ventresca, John Drake, Diego Martinez. The issue is going to be, let's get something very controversial, police reform. In 2009, Oscar Grant was a young male. He was shot by the police and killed. He was an African American. In 2018, Stephen Clark was also a young African American male, and he too was killed by the police. Both of these incidences shocked the California public. They appeared to be open-handed executions, or what the UN calls extrajudicial murders. I'm not giving an opinion on that, but these are the issues that make the issue of Black Lives Matter and police reform very real for Californians. Now, in 2019, the California government attempted to pass SB 392. It was called the Stephen Clark Law, and it had to deal with police reform. However, the Black Lives Matter organization itself refused to endorse SB 392 passed by the California government because they said it didn't actually do real reform. The bill was designed by Black Lives Matter to end qualified immunity and to make it where if you could not show that a killing of an individual was necessary, you went to an automatic homicide trial. The day before the California legislature passed that bill, they gutted the three major provisions that would have put real teeth into changing the law on qualified immunity since the year 1897. Patrice Cullors herself personally pulled out endorsement of it. Now, given that the Black Lives Matter movement was largely started here in California by Patrice Cullors and Alicia Garza, and that we have had many high-profile shootings, and that California fell short on police reform, according to the Black Lives Matter organization itself, what do you as governor feel we should do to deal with police reform. The first person up will be Veronica Fimbres for a minute and a half. Ms. Fimbres.
First of all, as a member of Black Trans Life Matters, we have to include Black transgenders in that issue too. Black trans of color being murdered. The system just needs reform. It has to be rebuilt from the ground up. They need professionals to go out with police officers. They need to take out all the I forgot, you just said the word, but take out all the things that allow police officers to not be accountable, not be held accountable. I've worked closely with the police. I've made a lot of changes, but I'm only one person. We need the whole state of California to revamp the police department, the police and the correction system and the court system. No bail. We can't base things on money, like bail and that kind of thing. We need to reform the police department and get rid of the systemic racism that's inherent in all of these institutions in the state of California.
Thank you. Kevin Call, you are unmuted. Mr. Call, how would you deal with police reform as governor of California, sir?
If you ask me an honest question, is there a problem? Yes, there is a major problem because I have experienced this myself. And the solution to this problem is that we have implemented very successfully in Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, primarily 20 years ago, is to set up community advisory councils. This community advisory councils, I'm the chairman of the Indo-American Sheriff's Advisory Council of Alex Villanova, and that really helps. I do not support that the budget should be reduced because the only thing that defines America from the rest of the world is the law enforcement, the way they run this country. In India, the country I come from, the cops are corrupt. A lot of issues are there in most of the world. In America, fortunately, we don't have those issues. They go by the book, they go by the law, which is what makes America the greatest country in the world for all immigrants who get attracted to come to this country, is the law and order. But there are, in every organization, there are good apples and bad apples. Those bad apples in that organization need to be set an example. Then the system is going to correct by itself. Because what? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your flexibility. We're going to go to Joel Ventresca. Joel Ventresca, you are unmuted. Mr. Ventresca, if you were governor of California, how would you solve this issue, sir?
Well, I've been a community activist since the 1970s in San Francisco, and I've participated in many meetings about police brutality cases, and we need to address it. I believe that the police need to have cameras. They need to be professionally trained. There needs to be better management, and there has to be accountability. And I would support democratizing the accountability part. I want civilians hearing the cases and figuring out whether the police officer needs to be removed from the force or disciplined or some other type of impact for misconduct. So I would support that and make it statewide. As some of the listeners may know, significant police reform is being blocked at the federal level, and it's being blocked currently in Sacramento right now. I believe as a progressive Democratic governor, I can get a landmark police accountability reform bill through the state legislature as a model piece of legislation to address the concerns that we all have about police not being held accountable for misconduct. But police violence has to stop. There has to be accountability. Now, on the other hand, we also are facing increasing crime since the pandemic. In San Francisco, we have a 211% increase in shooting victims. In Los Angeles, we have a 68% increase in shooting victims. So we're going to have to figure out how to make our city safe again. We need to make sure that the police are acting professionally and they're held accountable, and the managers are held accountable. And I'm prepared to look at all the issues related to this. But I want to bring police violence as close to zero as possible in the state as quickly as possible.
Mr. Drake, how would you solve the issue of police violence and the need for reform as governor of 40 million people?
I think because mainly when we talk about police violence, it mainly does connotate with communities of color. I think what we have to do is that we have to create more of community policing organizations that are separate from regular law enforcement, because many young Black men grow up in a system where they feel that they are targeted, whether they are or aren't. They feel targeted, so they act more nervous, and that makes cops more nervous, and then that the whole situation erupts into violence. And I think understanding that and coming from that position where we can acknowledge that maybe these people are not the right people to interfere in these communities, I think we can actually build more progress in terms of seeing less brutality. Also, another thing is that we have to change the way officers are trained to handle those situations. They're not trained with racial sensitivity, and so they tend to be a lot more nervous when they do approach Black and brown individuals. And so just being able to expose them to that would be much better. And also, we have to really attack the police lobby, because the police lobby keeps bad officers in their positions. That's one reason why so many people are afraid to report bad officers, is because there are bad apples, but the bad apples, since they have an organization, are able to keep the good apples silent. So that's where I come from.
Mr. Martinez, how would you deal with this issue, sir?
Well,
Mr. Martinez.
Let's start with, first of all, I would never defund the police, because when each and every single one of us gets in trouble, who do we call? We call the police. We ask these guys to run in there, no matter what's going on, and risk their lives for our safety and our freedom or our family's safety. So let's get that out of the equation. Second of all, law and order needs to come back to the state of California. It starts at home with our kids, because the parents aren't training their kids right. They're not respecting adults. They go out and commit crimes, and now it's the officer's fault. We never asked what that criminal did when they got shot, but we sure do it. How many Black on Black crime is there in Chicago? And yet you don't hear Black Lives Matters going out there and protecting those kids. Now, you want to fix the police problem, you give them the proper funding so they can actually hire people who just graduated from colleges, from mental health, from social work, so that they can actually have a full unit that can take care of the mentally ill when they go out to a call. Not defunding the police. You get more police on the ground, and we start walking the beats, and we start getting involved in the neighborhoods, so the neighborhood people know us and they can trust us. Now, when you talk about all that, that's how you do it. You police it, you bring law and order back to the state, and you stand by it. You get rid of Proposition 47, and if you commit a crime, you go to jail. We go back to law and order here. It's not about reforming the police. It's reforming California and the California people, because we have allowed criminals to get away with murder and walk out of prison. And that's what our governor has done. He has allowed the criminals to take over. And anybody who says, oh, why don't we ever talk about the Black cop who shot the Black kid? All of a sudden we have to reform our police departments. We need to reform our thoughts.
Thank you. Was there interest by candidates in a 1-minute response to what other candidates have said? John, Drake, 1-minute response.
I think the problem with just saying law and order, is that for many communities of color, when they hear law and order, they don't see it as very just, because they do have, because when they run into police officers, whether it may end in a shooting or just negative views of one another, the tensions are high, and so the way you mediate and mitigate chances of brawls and things is that you want to fund programs that would train them to understand, that would just train police officers to handle situations with more caution and more care, because when you don't when you don't do that, then no one is safe in that situation. You have police officers who could be in danger. You have people of color who are in danger. And I think taking this position from a more compassionate perspective rather than more of a legalistic perspective is how you're going to see some real change, because you have to understand why they feel afraid.
Joel Ventresca, and then Mr. Call. Joel Ventresca, 1 minute response. Let me make sure you are unmuted. Joel Ventresca.
Safety, security, well-being, and opportunity is the highest value that we have in the state of California. We have to, where people feel unsafe or insecure, for whatever reason, we have to address that. And I believe we need progressive Democratic Party policies to do that. Now, I understand that some people want to defund the police, but while that discussion is going on, at least in California, in our major cities, we have violent crime increasing. There's a mismatch. We have to do what we need to do to provide safety and security for everybody in the state, particularly in the big cities where violent crime is a serious issue. This is a primary function of government. We need professional police services that are accountable. We need to make sure that the police are acting properly. We need to make sure they're trained properly. We need to make sure that middle management and top management of the police are on top of the issue. And then when something goes wrong, we need a mediator, like a board of citizens or other people, to hear the case and then figure out what the discipline is. I'm not comfortable trying to pass laws on dealing with discipline for police officers on individual incidents. But you can have a hearing and disinterested members of the public can figure out what the appropriate punishment is. So we make people, we need the police to be held accountable.
Okay, we're going to allow this to be fair. Mr. Call, and then Ms. Fimbrace will have a 1 minute chance to respond. Mr. Call. I am sorry, let me unmute you. Mr. Call.
I agree with what Mr. Drake said. That people get nervous in the first instance, especially the minority communities of any race in the United States. So that prolongs the aggressiveness that is seen in most of these cases. I'm a veteran, but I'm a veteran of the Indian Navy. I'm an officer veteran of the Indian Navy. I can see two sides, two democratic nations, why we don't have these similar problems in a country of 1.6 billion population, and we have this problem in 340 million people population, is because there is the veteran community is not encouraged in India to join the local police force. Understand, the local police force comes within the community. And in America today, when veterans come back from a war, they join the police force. That is the easiest job that veterans get. But the mindset is of a war-like situation in a foreign land. So what happens is, when they see hostile citizens of different nationalities, the mindset is on those lines. So in my governorship of California, I'm going to impose community participation in local policing. That is the right solution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to go to Ms. Fimbrace. You have the option to comment for a minute or not. It's up to you. I will get to you, Mr. Martinez, as soon as we finish with Ms. Fimbrace. Ms. Fimbrace, would you like to comment? You have 1 minute to do so if you choose.
I would like to comment.
Please.
I've worked with the police, and I've suffered police brutality. and I've worked with the police. So I've been on both sides of the coin. What I would say about the police is that we need to demilitarize the police. There's no reason for them to have all this weaponry, the military on the streets of San Francisco. It's not necessary. And community policing, I grew up with it. My policeman carried me to school one time. I trust them. That was in the 50s. This is now, there's no trust. And you have to be very careful if you're of color because they treat you differently than they do white people. And it's just the white privilege thing. So it just happens. And regardless of why it happens, if there's one bad cop, they'll make the rest of them bad by not allowing them to say anything. So all of them end up being bad because of the one bad cop. So we need to revisit. I don't believe we should defund the police. I believe we should change the way policing is done.
Thank you. We're going to go to 1 minute comment by Mr. Martinez, and then we're going to go to closing statements. I'm sorry, we have a hard deadline of 3 o'clock and a commitment to the candidates. Mr. Martinez, you have 1 minute for any comments you'd like to make, then we will move to closing statements of all candidates. Mr. Martinez.
So it's very simple for each and every single one of us here to judge the police. Yeah, none of us have ever set foot in their shoes. None of us have ever had to go to a car with the tinted windows and have to go up there while a person reaches back real quickly. They have a second to make a decision. They're trained more than most people know. They actually train daily. I work with the police because I'm a bounty hunter and I go out chasing people, so I understand their fears. So when you go into somebody's house and you don't know what's standing on the other side of the door, these guys are trained every day. I agree. We need to be on the streets more and they need to be in the neighborhood so people get to know them. Defunding them and calling that one bad cop ruins the bunch is not right because a lot of good cops go out there every day and serve for each and every single one of us and they deserve our respect. I hope you guys take a different look when you guys talk about defunding the police and take a look at the job that they're putting their lives on the line to do every day, kissing their families goodbye, not knowing if they're going home, especially in today's era, that everybody wants to hate a police officer. Nobody wants to do that job, but these men and women do. We should thank them, support the good ones, and keep enforcing them with the budget that they need to get the right help that they need.
Thank you. We're going to go to closing statements now. I understand the candidates had more they wanted to say. I appreciate it, but we're trying to keep to the commitments we made with previous candidates. We invite all of you to return for future debates where we would love to host you. The closing statements are going to go in order of these people. You will have 2 minutes and no more than 2 minutes. I'm going to be a hard cutoff. I will mute you, please. Sorry, we're running against the hard deadline. Don't go over 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to make a closing statement. You can cover any issue that you wanted to. You can say a new policy that you felt you weren't able to espouse, or you could comment to what the other candidate said. It's your time, starting now with Veronica Fembres, your closing statement.
Yes, I wanted to revisit that surplus question. I just wanted to make a statement about it because I believe that AB 1177, the public banking option, I would like to address that and have put that surplus money in a public banking system for the people of California so that the money stays in California. And we fund people in California. We help small businesses in California, and we take care of Californians, period, regardless of who they are. This is the one opportunity I have with myself forward. I'm the only Black trans woman running, and Caitlyn Jenner has got the high ground because she's famous. She's infamous, I should say. But I want the same opportunities that she has to be able to communicate. So I appreciate this forum. I appreciate seeing where all of you are coming from, including the people that are making these comments. I thank you for the opportunity to be here. I did get to say some of the things that I wanted to say, and I'm glad. I'm glad that we had this forum. I wish all of us the best of luck. There's only going to be one. Hopefully it's me, but let the people decide. Thank you.
Kevin Call, you are unmuted. 2 minute closing statement, sir.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and all of my colleagues here. I really appreciate. Hope we meet each other in the future too. Whether we win or we lose, we are still good friends. The most important thing I see, being the 41st governor of California, I am going to tap into the human assets. No American president, no governor has tapped into the human assets. I am a human asset to America because I was a high-profile gentleman in India when I migrated to this country at the age of 30. And I mean it. At the age of 27, I built a port bigger than Long Beach Port. That was my experience before I came to the United States. I'm going to set up 40,000 advisors in 200 categories for 200 countries out of California citizens and residents. Because I know the community, I've been doing global forum, trade shows, investment seminars, and venture funding seminars over the last 15 years. I assure every California citizen, I bring in $3 to $5 trillion new business to California as an Indo-American 41st governor of the United States. Arnold Schwarzenegger only showed his muscles and became the governor. I am not a muscle man. I'm a brain guy. I'm an engineer by profession. Engineers build nations. Engineers build cities, counties, state, federal. I know no taxpayers is going to be paying for the bullet trains. I will do a BOT model, all the dreams of California, whether bullet trains, hyperloops, air taxis, which is being implemented outside the United States today in Dubai and other countries. I'm going to be implementing it right here in the United States, in California. I love America. Thank you, America.
Thank you. We're going to go to Joel Ventresca. Closing statements, Mr. Ventresca.
The two themes of my campaign are new transformational leadership and fundamental change is coming. Incorruptible, independent, Bernie-crat, Democrat. That describes me in 4 quick words. As a prominent 99% public interest game changer Democrat who received 111,000 votes in San Francisco elections, I will govern as America's most effective progressive governor, if elected. I'm interested in fundamental change. I want us to think about restoring, reinventing, and reimagining the golden California dream. We need to focus on promoting opportunity and sustainability with emerging majority electoral support. Some of the general themes of my platform are restoring democracy, reinventing government, reimagining capitalism, create just, livable, and flourishing California for all, reverse growing economic inequality, rejuvenate inclusive participatory democracy, and as I mentioned earlier in this broadcast, enact high-quality healthcare and education, cradle to grave for all residents. I want to remove the corrupting influence of private money from politics, campaigns, and elections by setting up 100% publicly funded campaigns up and down the state at every level of government. And I will work to reinvent California into the first zero carbon emission state in the nation. All these issues are very important, and we need to have a governor who can unite the state legislature, and the electorate to get the change that we need. The status quo, the establishment, the corruption of the 1%, it must stop now. This is our opportunity. The electorate should seize that opportunity, and let's replace a corporate Democrat with a progressive Democrat.
Oh,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to go to John Drake. John Drake, closing statements for 2 minutes. John Drake, Mr. Drake.
I just want to say I'm glad I could speak with all of you and see all of you. Literally speaking to two of my heroes, Ventresca and Fimbres. I love you guys so much, and I'll be up in San Francisco on June 29th, so maybe we can meet. Either way, I definitely enjoyed listening to all your solutions. I enjoyed listening to what you had to say. I am very proud of where I've come, and I'm really proud that I could take myself out of this comfort zone and run for governor. And honestly, it means the world to me to have this conversation dialogue with everyone from different backgrounds, different perspectives. I would say my biggest hope if I become governor is to literally march into the hall of the Capitol in Sacramento and tell every corporate Democrat to go fuck themselves.
Let's watch language, please.
All right, I'm done.
Okay. Diego Martinez. No cursing, please. Respect. It's a PG show. You are allowed to slam whoever you want, but hey, we might have some kids watching. We'll leave it there. Diego Martinez, closing statements.
Well, first of all, it was an honor being here with you guys. Thank you, Marcus, for having me. I stand for real solutions for real California problems. Both parties have failed the California people. The gentleman over on my side here talked about the Democratic Party. I'll talk about the Republican Party. They have both failed the California people. Our economy is on the toilet. Our education's 48 out of 50. Our water problems, our energy problems. We talking about zero carbons. You know what? We really can't do that. We need to have more than one focus of energy coming into the states so that everybody's always, your lights are on. We don't get the problem with Texas. What I'm about is real solutions for real California problems. And right now, Californians, we need to get back to work. We need to deregulate California so we can have bigger industries coming back into California. We need tax cuts all the way across the board. And I mean everybody. That's from the corporations to the last person standing. Tax cuts need to come because we're overtaxed and we're overregulated, and people in California are leaving from both parts of the party. The mass mandates is a joke. The vaccination should be your choice. School choice should be your right. It shouldn't be an option. It should be your right. But you need a governor who's going to be transparent, and that's what I'm going to be. But not only that, I'm going to unite California because we need equal representation on the House and in the Assembly. We actually need to come together for a better future, and the only way we can do that is together. Y a toda la gente que está escuchando ahí, los quiero agradecer. Esta tarde, no se olviden, Diego Martinez, candidato para gobernador. Diego Martinez, candidate for governor.com is where you can find my information. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm going to close this stream down now. We're going to have a new debate with new candidates at 3:30 for the public. You can stay watching this. We're going to take a break for 30 minutes. Thank you all candidates for being here. I would ask you to leave the stream now. This will be available to the public as soon as the whole thing is over at about 5:30. So we're going to do another round of debates with new candidates. When that's over, the stream will be automatically up and published. It's available at Yes California Now. Thank you all candidates for being here. For the public, we're going to start a new round of debate at 3:30. New round of debate at 3:30 with new candidates. Thank you all candidates for being here. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Call, I would ask you to leave the stream now. Thank you so much for participating. I deeply appreciate your participation. Okay, we're going to have another debate coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, not 1 o'clock. We're going to have another debate at 3 o'clock. Let me just put that in. All right. Hello, everybody.
You've been working.
Hello.
Torr, Leonard, James, Hanink, Nickolas, Wildstar, Fuji, Shioura, Dr. Henry, Frank, Dan Kapelovitz, thank you all for being here. I apologize. We've been running debates all day, so I took a break so that I could be fresh for you all to give you the best debate experience possible. Give me 3 minutes. I'm going to go put on my makeup and look really pretty, and I'll be right back, and we'll go live in 3 minutes. Is anybody having any technical issues? Can you hear me? Is anybody having any issues hearing me at all?
Nope.
Okay. Frank, wait, could you say something? No. No, okay.
Yeah,
Nickolas,
I just said,
could you say something?
no, I'm not having any technical problems.
Yeah. Nickolas Wildstar, could you say something just for a test the audio?
Check. Microphone check. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Torr Leonard, could you say something just for a check?
Hello, this is Torr Leonard checking the audio levels. 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4.
Dan Kapelovitz,
Yes.
could you say something?
Hello. Kapelovitz,
And-
Governor.
Professor Hanink, could you say something?
I see some familiar faces and some unfamiliar faces.
Okay. All right. Well, we have a lawyer and 2 professors, so this is a very well put together panel.
I'm the professor too, actually.
We have 3 professors. I'm going to say that. You made a mistake. I'm going to bill that now. Let me put on my makeup. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll go live. I will introduce the format of the show, let you know what's happening, why it's happening, what's going to happen. Everything will be coming at you. No surprises. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and we'll go live. Thank you all for being here.
One surprise, he's going to put on a fake mustache.
How's everybody today?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, the weather, boy, it's getting hot.
Oh, yeah. Terrible.
Yeah.
Especially out here in Central Valley.
This is what happens when you have so many politicians in one place who create hot air.
Right.
SB 123 is going to put a cap on that.
We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. Well, it looks like the election is going to be happening sooner than later, possibly August.
Perhaps, but who knows? I'll be happy if it does.
The governor to confirm the signatures. So we'll see what happens there as well.
Yep.
All right.
I gave an elevator pitch outside of church today, and my wife said people deserve a little peace.
Excuse me. People deserve a little peace.
Yeah, I says, why?
Professor Hank, there was
Parking lot, your fair game.
there's another person running in Kevin Kalk. Kevin Kalk is an Indian fellow from Calcutta,
Oh, wow.
home of Mother Teresa. Very interesting.
I guess they say Kolkata.
Well, they say Calicut. Calicut was the British pronunciation, so they prefer Calicut. But either or, like Mumbai or Bombay. But yeah.
Somebody decided to call North Englewood La Tijera Village. I think it was a realtor that decided that.
Well, they call downtown Burlington DTL for some reason. No, it's a DTF. I mean, they call it DTF for downtown
Oh,
Burlington.
that's an unfortunate abbreviation.
I know, right?
Get it out before we go live. Get it all out before we go live.
We already are live.
Oh, yes, that's a good point. Get it out before the debate starts officially. We had another candidate who got passionate, and I had to remind him that, this is a PG.
Oh, geez.
Is that the last panel or?
Yeah, that was the last panel. One of the guys was like at the end, he goes, and my statement is X, and he had a curse word in it. And I go, I love the passion, but we're trying to make this where kids can watch if they want. Yeah, most kids are probably not going to watch, but I always am like, if you're a teenager and want to get into it, you want to make this applicable for you.
Well, adults are going to be watching. They may have their kids around, so you definitely want to keep these PG. Imagine national TV. That's no different.
Exactly. Okay.
You hit the beep,
Yeah.
Some expletives on national TV.
If you want to upset the political establishment, you let them know about the 4-letter F word. Fuji. F-U-J-I.
Okay. All right.
That's appropriation.
Indeed it is, Professor. Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
1 second. I'm just getting this ready. One second. Almost there. I wasn't sure who all the candidates were until this moment. So, Torr, James, Dan, Nickolas, Fuji, Frank. Okay, I have run your names through the random number generator. This is the order in which people will be asked. I had no control over this. We ran it through random.org. The order the candidates will be asked questions will be Torr, Leonard, James, Dan, Nickolas, Fuji, and Frank. So we're going to go through that order, totally random. Let me start the official show. I will come in. I will walk you through what we're doing. You'll each have a 2-minute introductory statement, and then I will ask you a series of questions, followed by a 2-minute closing statement. So you will get an opening statement and a closing statement in addition to questions. I'm going to start now. Yes.
My name is spelled with a K, Nickolas. All right. If you would please, I appreciate it.
Yep. Is everybody's name spelled correctly? I don't know where that's coming from.
Somebody in a car?
Yeah. Maybe the one.
Okay, so it's
like when you remove the banner, our names pop up.
Oh yeah, but I like the banner. Is everybody's name spelled correctly? Torr, James, Dan, Nickolas, Fuji, and Frank. Is your name spelled correctly? If it is not, please tell me now.
I'm not. Where do I see the names? I'm not seeing the names. I see everyone, but I don't see any
first names. I don't see the last names, but
so the last names are not there. It's at the bottom of the screen. You should be able to look directly at the screen, and there should be a Yes Cal Recall Candidates Debate live. June
there we go. There. Okay.
30 questions from the Times of San Diego in this order.
You spelled Dan correctly. Good job.
Hey, sorry, doing our best.
Just a quick thing I want to say to the candidates. I use a website called timeday.com/timer. So there's a 2-minute timer to help gauge us if you just wanted to know. Just want to throw that out there, guys.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start it off. I'm going to introduce the commercial. Then I will introduce the debate, what we're doing. Then all of you will have a 2-minute introduction, then a series of questions. Everything will be coming forward directly at you. You'll see what it is. There's no tricks, no gimmicks, and nothing you can say can be modified. It's directly live streamed to the public, preventing any mischief. All right, let's go right to the brand. I'll come right out of the commercial and we'll start. Hi, welcome. This is our 6th panel series of debates entertaining all declared candidates for the California 2021 recall election. We are in talks with about 20 of the 50 registered candidates, approaching 25 or about half. Yes, California is hosting these series of debates. We started in March before anyone else. No one else is hosting a series of debates like us. No one else has this many candidates, and no one else has done this many in a series. We are doing this not because we back up the recall or because we oppose the recall, but simply because this is going to happen. California voters will be asked to make a judgment concerning the future of California, and we want to make sure that the public has all the correct facts because we have a history of presenting information that's not covered by the mainstream news. Today, You are going to see previous candidates who have appeared in debates that we've had over the last month. All of these candidates have already appeared in debates where they were asked how they would respond to different California crises as chosen by the PPIC and UC Berkeley polls throughout Jan and March. Now we're going to ask a new suite of questions in order to keep it fresh and interesting. Recently, the Times of San Diego is the only mainstream publication to attempt to do what we're doing here. Interview the candidates. The Times of San Diego asked about 12 questions. We took those questions and boiled them down, and we're going to present them to the candidates here. So the top 4 candidates in opposition to Newsom, I believe it was Jenner, Cox, and Ose, and one other person, were asked these questions by the Times of San Diego. We're going to ask new candidates these exact same questions, hoping that it gets into their narrative. So if the Times of San Diego is already getting a certain amount of attention interviewing high-profile candidates, we're providing this debate asking the same questions in the hopes that the media will want to see your answers and include you into a suite of answers across all candidates. We have a history of being able to get our narrative into the mainstream with a great deal of success and promoting everyone who partners with Yes California. So we're going to be asking questions from the Times of San Diego. Quickly, here are the questions. Why would you be a better governor, California governor, than any of your rivals? How would you represent the interest of all Californians and not just recall supporters? Had you been governor in March 2020, what would you have done to protect the public health? California's budget surplus, how would you spend the extra money? Do you support legislation to permanently ban new oil and gas leases off the coast? Do you support the elimination of state income taxes for those up to $50,000 income as individuals and households up to $100,000? Do you support laws that penalize local governments that fail to meet housing supply goals? And should money for law enforcement be steered to social services or other programs? Each candidate will have a minute and a half to respond to each question. We'll be going through them in order. All candidates will be given the same opportunity to answer each question, and all questions come from the Times of San Diego recent recall debate. So we're going to go in order of the random list. Introductory statements. We will start with Torr Leonard. Torr Leonard, in 2 minutes, how would you like to introduce yourself to the people of California as their next potential governor, sir?
Hi, yes, my name is Torr Leonard. I am a husband and father who lives in the city of Los Angeles, send my kid to the local public LAUSD elementary school. And I am the only candidate in the race who is explicitly running on a platform of this recall should not happen. So what I am asking is that you vote no on question 1 of whether or not Newsom should be recalled. And then you vote for myself on question 2, because I'm the only candidate who is vowing on day 1 to resign the office, which will automatically hand the governorship to our current lieutenant governor, Eleni Koulounakis, who will then become governor, which would also make her our first ever female governor of the state of California.
Okay. Wow, that was quick. Next up will be James. James, your introductory statement, sir. Let me make sure you are unmuted. You are unmuted. Professor James Hanink.
Yes, thanks for inviting me again. Hanink is not a household name, but it rhymes with my financial condition, red ink. I'm sorry to say that I'm not a native Californian. Well, maybe not that sorry. I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is rightly called the Athens of the Midwest. Some people might think it's Ann Arbor, but I dispute that. I went to school in Grand Rapids, and I went to school in East Lansing, Michigan. And during the time I was there was a fellow named Magic Johnson. Never went to class with him. That's unfortunate. One thing led to another. I graduated as an undergraduate, gosh, way back when, in San Antonio, Texas, where I wanted to learn some Spanish. And I'm pleased to say I gave my first Spanish language interview just yesterday. Christian Huerta, Very good, very enjoyable. One thing led to another, and there was a war in Vietnam. I was a conscientious objector. And then after that, I finally wound up at Michigan State, took a doctorate in philosophy, went to the University of Rochester, and blimey, providentially, I got hired at Loyola Marymount University, where I taught for 40 years. And I always thought that philosophy led to politics, and politics certainly leads to philosophy, and that's why I'm here today. For a good 35 years, my wife Elizabeth and I have lived in Inglewood, California. We have 6 children and 5 grandchildren.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is going to be Dan. 2-minute introduction. Dan.
Hello, fellow Californians. I too, like Torr, am opposed to the recall. I have not vowed to resign immediately. If Torr wants to try to take me out the first 24 hours of my administration, he's entitled to. I'll give him that right. But after that, I'll be governor. I am going to forego my entire salary. I think Mr. Wildstar is going to take $60,000. My entire salary is going to go to the state or to worthy charities that help the people in California. My internal polling actually shows that I am in the lead of all the recall candidates. I don't know how accurate it is or how unbiased it is, but it is what it is. And so I wouldn't say that those 4 Republicans that were interviewed by the San Diego paper are the front runners. Maybe for Republicans, I'm not running as a Republican. I'm running as a Green Party candidate. But as far as my internal polling, I actually am in the lead of all the recall candidates. So I know. So I think that's one reason I have the electability factor. That's one reason I think you should vote for me as opposed to some of these other people who are all fine people, I'm sure. And I am a criminal defense attorney, and I'm also fight for animal rights. And so I have firsthand knowledge. I'm on the front lines of the criminal justice system, and I know all the reforms. I know how to prevent crime, not just throw people in prison for decades. So I look forward to debating the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Nickolas. 2-minute introductory statement. Nickolas Wildstar.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Nickolas Wildstar. I'm a husband, a father, an entrepreneur, a working class man, a freedom fighter, a free thinker, and an overall lover of humanity. I've failed, I've succeeded, I've done the unthinkable, I've done the impossible. As many things about me as I could tell you that I am, there's nothing that I can say that will convince you more than my actions as to why I'm qualified to serve we the people as governor. Over the past 10 years, I haven't skipped a beat in staying active to improve the living conditions of everyone in California, whether it was the homeless, a police abuse survivor, a neglected child or animal, or the environment. I've been there to help out in every way that I can. Like most humanitarians like myself, I often found myself frustrated when I wanted to do more, but have had my hands tied by the government. I'm running for governor to free myself and others from being held back from providing all of the solutions available to fix our problems of affordable housing, water and food shortages, accountability of public officials, and every other concern of we the people. Please vote yes to recall Gavin Newsom and elect Wildstar for governor so California values can come first in California. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Next up will be Fuji. 2-minute introduction. Sir.
Yes, hello. I first and foremost want to thank all the candidates for being here. I'm so grateful. Number 2, I am the most exciting, different, innovative candidate to become California governor for many reasons. One of the first is I am independent, generally independent, self-funded. Also, I'm pro-life. My website is actually www.governor.life. If you are pro-life, I am the governor for you. If you're pro-choice, I'm here to listen to your concerns. I'm also, as an independent, working hard with Republicans and Democrats to make this the greatest state by creating jobs, by working with our immigrant community. For example, I have a nonprofit, and we do work with the immigrant community to help them stay here. I'm the only candidate that has a genuine technology background. For example, I created a website called candidate.contact, so all the candidates could be listed so we have a well-informed electorate. I'm also an elected California official that have seen firsthand very dangerous forms of waste of taxpayers' money that I am addressing now as an official, elected as a California official and as a candidate. But also, more importantly, hablo español, entiendo la comunidad y la raza. Soy el voto para ti. Estoy luchando para cada persona, inglés, español. Sin embargo, estoy aquí. As you can tell, I'm beyond just English. I have multiple language skills that will make it happen. From Industry City to Santa Ana, from San Diego to San Francisco. You know, I created a website called department.technology that will create an independent technology to make our great state the most technological hub forever. Thank you. And don't forget to vote for Fuji, because you got to say yes to Fuji. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Okay, we're going to go to Frank. Frank, 2-minute introductory statement. You are unmuted, Professor. Frank? Professor Frank Wade.
Yes, I'm Frank Henry Wade. I was born in San Francisco. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please, sir, your 2-minute introductory statement.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. It's time for your 2-minute introductory statement, sir.
Okay, great. Yeah. Yes, I was born in right. I was born in San Francisco. I'm a native Californian. I have a doctorate in business administration from Golden Gate University. I'm a CPA. Basically, I have a 40-year background of being a executive of 15 different companies' operations. So I know how to operate large organizations. After I spent 40 years running companies, I went back to get my doctorate from Golden Gate University, and I've been teaching 10 years to mostly Muslim nations because I feel America's presence in education will help solve Islamic extremism. I was also very active in the anti-apartheid movement. My wife is South African, Hosa South African, and I have a couple of businesses in South Africa. I got a special award from USAID as a foreign service officer to help contribute to the anti-apartheid legislation. I basically am a liberal on all domestic issues, but I'm a conservative nationalist in international politics. I spent 2 years of my life supporting the war in Vietnam, and for the past 10 years, I've devoted what I felt is the way to solve our relationship with Muslim countries by being in education. I was kicked out of Bangladesh about 3 months ago because they wouldn't extend my visa. After I had been at North-South University for 5 years, my work was not finished. I got the CPA exam to be given in India, and I wanted Pakistani, Indians, and Bangladesh students to pass the CPA exam over there so they could qualify for H-1B visas here.
Thank you,
and the
Thank
government of
you.
Bangladesh terminated my visa. Yes, thank you.
We have to stop it there. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Okay, just to make sure that each
great.
amount of time,
Thank you.
we're going to go right to the questions. These are questions from the Times of San Diego. Times of San Diego is the #1 mainstream publication so far to ask recall candidate questions. We took those questions and are going to now apply them to the rest of the candidates here. All candidates that you are seeing are declared candidates and have already participated in the more general rounds of questions offered by Yes California in our series of debates. The first question from the Times of San Diego for the recall candidates will be in 1 minute to no more than 1.5 minutes, and we're going to be a stickler on time, no more than 1.5 minutes. Please try to keep your answer to 1 minute. Why are you the better candidate as California governor versus any of the other rivals? First person we'll be asking will be Torr. Torr, why are you better than any of the other candidates? Sir, in 1 minute, no more than 1.5 minutes.
So like I said, I am against this recall, which the latest polls are showing that just over a majority of Californians are as well. And so I am the only candidate that you can vote for in this recall election when you go into that booth or do your vote by mail ballot and mark no on question 1 about whether to recall Newsom. But then you also have to make a choice for number 2 to vote for me, who will then resign on day 1 and give the governorship to our current lieutenant governor, because voting for me means I'm the only one that will ensure a smooth transition to another Democrat as governor who's been vetted, who's experienced, who's competent. Our lieutenant governor, she'll automatically assume the office. Everyone else in this race is either a Democrat who has no experience or no business governing a state the size of California. And you'll also, of course, like I mentioned, be indirectly electing the first ever female governor of the state of California, which would be an awesome thing in my view.
Thank you. Next up will be James. Let me make sure you're unmuted. Professor, how would you handle, why are you the better candidate than any of the other rivals?
Because I support a consistent ethics of life, end capital punishment, direct the University of California to cut its ties with Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. Its mission is advancing nuclear weapons technology and minding nuclear stockpiles. It's in the service of mutual assured destruction. Next comes physician-assisted suicide. It abandons vulnerable people easily pressured into suicide. We need to care for them, not kill them. So let's expand hospice services for the terminally ill. Last is the massacre of the innocents. There is a basic moral compass that tells us that it's wrong to kill an innocent human being. Crisis pregnancy centers help women at risk for abortion. Javier Becerra and Kamala Harris tried to shut them down. I would support them.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, why are you better than any of your rivals? Dan.
Well, I think I too have a consistent vision, and I'm for freedom. So if people want to kill themselves with doctor assistance, they should be free to do it. If women are pregnant and they need to terminate their pregnancies, they should be free to do it. If you want to own a gun, be free to do it. You want to speak freely under the First Amendment, be free to do it. I'm into freedom. And so if you want freedom, you should vote for me. I disagree with Torr. I am highly qualified to run this state. I've done much more difficult jobs in my life, so I'm not worried at all one bit. And just to help out Torr, I will now vow on my last day as governor to resign so we can have a female governor once and for all, even if it's only for 1 day. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question goes to Nickolas. Why are you the best candidate in the recall election, sir?
Well, I believe heavily in the motto that the government that governs the least governs the best. And right now, I think we need to see that more in government. I'm also the only candidate that will restore your sovereignty by letting you own yourself. There are candidates on this panel and running for governor as well as elected officials that still feel like the government should be controlling you and your body and your choices. And I, again, as governor, want you to own yourself. I'm also committed to we the people and no one else. Not any Russian government, any Chinese government, not any union or corporation or any type of special interest group. I'm beholden to we the people of California and them only. And that's my pledge to we the people, were they to elect me governor of California.
Okay, next up will be Fuji. Why are you the best candidate, sir?
Well, now that you're asking, but yes, I am the best candidate for many reasons. I'm innovative, I'm different, I'm multilingual. I worked in high schools, middle schools, elementary schools. I'm going to get our kids back in school ASAP, in person. Also, what's important is I can think of innovative ideas to improve our election process. I will invite international observers in our election process for up to 4 years out. So we have a fair and accountable election as prescribed and allowed by California state law. There's a lot I know that I see as an elected official, and now it's time to bring it to light and get to really clean the house. You know, what's really important, I have innovative ideas that are different. For example, I'm creating a cryptocurrency called the Panda Bear that's been out there for a while. I'm also proposing internet voting based on blockchain technology. So I encourage you, go to my website, www.governor.life, because every life matters. I'm very pro-life, I'm pro-immigrant, but I'm also pro-business. I know how to make sure that businesses stay here and don't flee the state like they've been doing. There's a lot of good talent out in our communities and our state government. But unfortunately, Gavin Newsom did some things right, but he did a lot of things wrong too. Here's the time to vote for an independent, a genuine independent with a proven track record of not taking money from outside sources like lobbyist unions or other political parties, Republican or Democrat. I'm your independent choice, 100%. I never belong to the Republican or Democrat Party. I'm here to work with both Republicans and Democrats to bring them together, get the job done. Thank you. Say yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. We're going to go to Frank. Why are you the best candidate, Frank? Professor Wade?
Yeah, well, I have 40 years of experience in working with, Frank Wade here. I have 40 years of experience working with large organizations where I had many projects to complete. Now, the big point is that as a professional CPA, I had a fiduciary responsibility to members of the company, the shareholders, the managers, as well as the stakeholders, people of the general public. And it is my opinion that you have to have an independence of attitude on every single issue in order to determine what's right and what's wrong. Your current governor is basically fulfilling the wishes of these 7 or 8 or 9 large families that are extremely wealthy. So you know that every decision he makes to benefit the people that put him in office, that have supported him all of his life. Then you have people who are representing big business. In every decision they make, they will always support big business's position. I have worked for big business, but I have an independent fiduciary responsibility to the general public. And I will look at all the issues involved, and I will decide what is the most fair decision to be made. Now, no other candidate has expressed this. They either come up with they're going to support one side or the other, or I've heard that people spout philosophy, and philosophy is not going to get the problems of this state solved. So that is my
Thank you, Professor. I'm sorry. We have to keep it to 1.5 minutes per candidate. We're looking for minute answers, no more than 1.5 minutes, in order to make sure everyone gets the same time. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate your participation. Okay, that was round 1 of the first question. We're going to go to round 2. Why would you represent the interests? How would you represent the interest of all Californians and not just the recall supporters? Again, this is a question asked from the Times of San Diego. We're going to go in order from the random list generator, which has reordered the candidates in the order they will answer. I have no control over that. It was done by random.org, a random list generator. So the first question is going to go to Torr. Why are you, how would you represent the interest of Californians and not just recall supporters? Torr Leonard.
So like I said, when I resign on day 1 and our current lieutenant governor becomes governor, she's shown as she's been serving as lieutenant governor, that she operates in the interests of all Californians. But another thing is that the way in which this is set up, this recall election, that I find so disappointing that this is the setup that we have in the state of California, is that we could end up electing in this recall election someone who receives fewer votes than the number of votes that Newsom gets. So I just think that's ridiculous, this entire process. And so you're finding that the candidates who are in the race, who you have some of the Democrats that, like I said, I don't feel are experienced enough. Not that they're not qualified, because of course you're literally qualified if you meet, age requirements of being a California resident. But you've got a lot of people in this race who are not Democrats, and the citizens or the residents of California have shown that people who aren't a Democrat are incapable of winning a statewide race in California in the last 15 years. And there's a reason for that. The residents of California don't want what you're selling. So if you want to win a statewide race in a typical fashion, 2022, next year, just around the corner, if you don't like Newsom, vote him out in 2022 and save the taxpayers of California $250 million, I believe is the latest estimate of how much this recall election will cost us.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person up is going to be James. James, how would you represent the interests of all Californians and not just those enthusiastic about the recall?
Well, I sure enough won't spout philosophy, but I surely will do philosophy. What we need to do is coordinate our personal and public interests. Without this coordination, California is just another venue for political power struggles. But we can only achieve this harmony if we work for the common good. No one is excluded from the common good. It includes the whole range of material and cultural conditions that enable us not just to survive, but to flourish. The common good does not demand mathematical equality, but it does demand that we all have access to the core goods of life, family, knowledge, the natural world, and harmony with the sacred. If I'm seeking the common good, I am representing all Californians. My party, the American Solidarity Party, proposes that we move from our common ground to the true common good of all Californians.
Thank you. Next up will be Dan. Dan, how will you represent the interests of all Californians and not just recall supporters?
Well, first of all, I don't think the recall supporters can be a diverse group. I too am against the recall, but I think I will easily be able to represent all Californians. I'm not a knee-jerk conservative or knee-jerk liberal. I am running as a Green Party, and I think one thing that's good about the recall election, it does allow like third-party candidates to possibly win, because the stranglehold that the two-party system has all throughout America. And, I deal with all walks of life as a criminal defense attorney. I deal with homeless people to millionaires. I deal with dime store hoods to Hollywood elitists. And in my life, I deal with all kinds of people, all kinds of beliefs. On my team, even one of my chief strategists, Damon Packard, he is a hardcore. He doesn't even believe COVID exists. He's a hardcore anti-vaccination person. But then I have the medical team. I have Dr. Avgeris of the Radical Medical Center, who of course is pro vaccine, mask, social distancing. And so I surround myself. I don't just have yes men or yes people around me. I want all views, and then we want to get at the truth and apply the truth and science to the reality so that we can make the best decisions for this country. And I welcome all people, all walks of life to join my campaign. And I think we can do it together. Thank you.
Awesome. Next up will be Nickolas. Nickolas Wildstar, how would you represent the interests of all Californians and not just recall supporters? Nickolas Wildstar.
Well, the people of California are the ones who made this recall election happen, despite the identity of the recall supporters that the mainstream media and Gavin Newsom wants to present. I myself, unlike any of these candidates running or any other, was actually out there as a volunteer collecting signatures for the recall effort in a predominantly Democratic area. So I got to speak with hundreds of Democrats and have them support the recall, as well as sign the petition for California secession for CalExit. So I've spoken with Californians face to face, and basically they just want less taxes and more accountability, period. So that's exactly what they're going to get from Wildstar as governor.
Nice, succinct. Fuji, how would you, as governor of 40 million people, the world's 5th largest economy, sometimes referred to as a nation state by Governor Newsom, how would you make sure that you represented the will of all Californians and not just a fraction that supports the recall election? Fuji Shioura.
Great question. What's really important is I'm one of the few candidates that's a genuine independent. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I never belonged to either party. I never accepted money from any super PAC, lobbyists, or unions or political party. So I'm not beholden to special interests. I am beholden to the California people, the voters. And just as importantly, I did the impossible. I'm one of the few candidates that got elected that was truly independent. And yet I served my constituents, Republican, Democrats, flawlessly, because I'm committed to moving California forward. As an independent, I have the motivation to really work with all sides of the aisle, but also within our communities. I think California, we got to be multilingual. We have 40 million people, 15 of them are Latino. I'm here to really work with them. And having a fluency in various languages is key to understanding the needs and requirements to best serve them. Good intentions are good, but skill sets are just as important, if not more. So vote Fuji, F-U-J-I. Find my website, www.governor.life. So yes. Thank you.
Succinct. Next up will be Frank. Frank,
yes.
Well,
thank you.
How would you represent the interests of Californians, all Californians, and not just those that like the recall, even including those who didn't like the recall? If you were governor, how would you represent them, sir?
Well, I can represent everyone because of my background. I was born in Ingleside in San Francisco, which is basically a working class, middle class neighborhood. My mother was a school teacher, San Francisco Unified kindergarten teacher for 40 years. My dad was a mortician, manager of a mortuary. I basically had to work every day of my life. I feel I'm a member of the working class and the middle class, and I've also worked for a company, so I know who the interests of the rich people are. I can put myself in the shoes of all the people of California and weigh in on these issues and determine what's best for them and how they would decide. I believe that the current governor is totally out of touch with the common Californian. He's an extremely rich person, has a lot of influence. He's never had to work every day of his life and worry about getting food on the table and what's going to happen to his family. And in addition to this, I've dedicated my life to helping others in South Africa and in the Middle East in the struggle that we have against Islamic extremism. I am committed to helping the common person, the majority of the person, the stakeholder of the state, and I know exactly what they want. And on every issue, I will decide in a fiduciary capacity what my decision would be to help the majority of those people, regardless of who contributed and who helped me and who mentored me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next question from the Times of San Diego. The Times of San Diego is the first mainstream news source to attempt to do a recall panel debate like we're doing here. They asked a variety of questions of the top contenders against Newsom. We have boiled down those questions and are asking them to recall candidates who have already participated in earlier parts of our debate series. So the first question is had you been governor in 2020, March, what would you have done to protect public health? The first question is for Torr.
Yeah. So do I feel that Newsom did a perfect job? No. But then again, I don't think there's a governor anywhere in the country that you could say, yeah, they had a perfect response to this pandemic. So for me, I mean, there's a lot of small things that I disagreed with him on. I mean, I feel like the state was far too slow to recognize that the vast majority of transmission of COVID-19 was through airborne while indoors. So I think it was ridiculous last summer how we had beaches and parks and other outdoor places closed, where that was exactly where we wanted people to be. Because if we closed the beaches and parks, then it just drove people into unregulated environments, like inside people's homes. So, and also the focus on surface transmission, which we've known for quite a long time is pretty much non-existent, surface transmission of COVID-19. So yeah, there's things like that I would have done differently. Like I said, I feel like they and the CDC at some points too is just far too slow to recognize the science that was coming in about COVID-19. But again, if you don't like the job he did, vote him out next year when he's up for re-election anyway. And again, if we weren't having this recall election, we could be saving the taxpayers of California $250 million, I believe is the latest estimate.
Okay. Next up is James. James, had you been governor in March of 2020, what would you have done?
For a start, I would lead by personal example. No special privileges. On Newsom's watch, we neglected our elderly in nursing homes. COVID took a terrible toll where so many of the most vulnerable lived. I would have acted to protect them. On Newsom's watch, the state was dismissive towards places of worship. There was a secular muscle flexing. The Supreme Court vetoed his overreach. I would have treated places of worship fairly. Newsom was muddled about science. Real science is a great achievement, but the slogan, trust the science, is dangerous and superficial. In practice, it means trusting the scientists. We might as well say, trust the generals or trust the politicians. Newsom should have set up town hall meetings to let us question public health officials. I'd ask Dr. Fauci about the use of tissue from aborted babies in vaccine production and development.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up will be Dan. Dan, if you were governor, March 2020, how would you have done things differently, if at all?
Well, first, I got to ask James. This is my third debate with James. What is that noise in the background going on? What is going on there, man? I can't. Well, you can respond next time. But anyway, getting to Torr's point, he's saying why, we're already having the recall, so it doesn't matter how much it's going to cost. It's going to cost what it's going to cost. And I could say the same thing. He says, why don't we just run in 2022? Well, why don't you just change the law about recall elections and somehow get them off the books? I mean, you could say that, but it's happening. It's reality. And I'm not against recalls in theory. I just think this one's a little wacky. There's only a year left, and you just have these Republicans who know they can't get in, funding this, trying to sneak in. Okay, as how I'd handle the pandemic. First of all, I wouldn't lie to the people. Dr. Fauci at the beginning was saying that he didn't need masks just because he thought we wouldn't have enough masks. Tell people the truth and let them decide the best course of action. Well, once you lie to people, they'll never trust you again. Also, they should have had, instead of closing things like businesses, they should have been open 24 hours a day so that the people would be more spread out, create more jobs, and that would be much safer than cramming everyone into grocery stores are only open for a few hours a day. People are getting in lines, hoarding stuff. They should have had the grocery stores open 24 hours a day. And yes, they should have had testing immediately. They should have really got on that. They should have treated it much more seriously. I mean, everyone's blaming Newsom. It's easy in 2020 to say that, but That's what I would have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Nickolas. Had you been governor in March, what would you have done differently, if anything at all?
Well, express some common sense. I mean, I'll be known as the common sense solutions governor. If I were to have taken any actions at all, I would have based it on the mortality rate, which we find out now is about 98, 99% survival rate, or even the severity of the symptom conditions. I mean, I can understand us taking some precautions if people got blood, coming from their eyes or something like that. But the symptoms were similar to that of the flu. So with that being said, let people protect themselves as they would normally during flu season, or better yet, as they did during the past when there had been other outbreaks like with SARS and H1N1 and AIDS, or the Ebola virus even. We've had all those type of contagions in our country, and there hasn't been so much hysteria, nor has there been so much of a grab for power and control by elected officials. And government does not have the authority to tell people what they can and cannot do with their own bodies. I cannot stress that enough. You have individual sovereignty as a human being that shall never be infringed. So we need to stop with all the authoritarianism by electing Wildstar for governor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Fuji, same question. It's March 2020. Pandemic's hitting. Nobody's seen anything like this before. Would you have done things differently? Would you have created the same paths? Looking back, how would you have done things differently at all?
Yes, I would have did it much, much differently. First of all, I'm pro-business. I would create guidelines, not mandates, for businesses to really make social distancing an option. I really believe that masks do help, but once again, options. I think Californians are good people. They will do what's best for the community. And forcing them and vaccine passports is not the solution. Also, I would make the vaccines open source, so there is no doubt, no suspicion. What's the secrecy? Why can't it be in public knowledge like the polio vaccine? Keep it open source. Encourage as many possible. Fine to get vaccinated, but why the secrecy? We got to let it more accessible to keep it open source, and that's one way to do it. That's what I would have done. And also that, yes, some of these candidates that share some valid concerns. We got to keep it accessible 24 hours. So I would have did it much differently. I would have created hospitals accessible 24 hours for vaccinations if they so wanted, and also those that didn't. Want to make it mandatory, make it an option. I think we as a community in California would do what's right for each other. So individual rights in this aspect is essential.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Professor Frank Henry Wade, what would you have done as leader of the world's fifth largest economy, faced with an unprecedented emergency and no seemingly clear guidance? Frank?
Yeah, well, the first thing I have to tell you, I was in Bangladesh during this period. Yes, I was in Bangladesh during this period when it first hit, and I got the information about what had happened here secondhand. The point is that most of the rules to protect the health, I believe, were pretty good on from the governor's point of view and the city managers. But one thing that should have been done was TARP money to be put out for businesses that lost business to hold them over. Many businesses have gone bankrupt because they couldn't survive because of the shutdown. Now, in 2008, with George W. Bush, he had a huge TARP money, which is given to the financial institutions and the automobiles and the airlines, I believe. I've done studies of this. He was very good in keeping these businesses alive. They had no such TARP money available for businesses that were hit by this epidemic. This is a gross oversight on behalf of the governor that is basically criminal. And that those businesses should not have gone bankrupt. In addition to that, the gig EDD money has never come now. It's been almost 2 years, and anyone who is gig unemployed hasn't gotten a penny. And this is also a criminal situation. They say, well, the money was stolen. Okay, get a loan from the federal government. The people who are gig unemployed and unemployed needed this money.
Thank you, Professor.
So, from the health point of view, he seemed to be right, but from these other points, he wasn't.
Okay, thank you. All right. That completes our third question. We're now going to go to the fourth question, taken from the Times of San Diego. This deals with the budget surplus. Governor Gavin Newsom has recently announced over the last few months that California has experienced a budget surplus of unprecedented levels. Now, the Legislative Analyst's Office, the official audit arm of the California government out of Sacramento, has said that the governor lied about the size of the surplus and is actually taking out a loan. So we don't have a clear indication of how big the surplus is. It's somewhere between $35 billion, according to the LAO office, and $75 billion, according to sitting Governor Newsom. If you were governor, how would you spend a budget surplus estimated between $35 to $75 billion in between the estimates of the governor and the LAO office? The first person we will ask is Mr. Leonard.
Yeah, so we need to be spending that budget surplus on a bunch of different things. We need to be helping small businesses who weren't able to be open or not open at full capacity during the pandemic. And also we need to be helping the people who either were not only unemployed, but also those that just had their hours cut back due to the pandemic. We need massive amounts of retraining for anyone with just a high school diploma or no college or vocational diploma of any kind. They need to be offered retraining or community college at little to no cost. We should be using it on climate resiliency things like more renewable energy, more mass transit, more walkable neighborhoods, more protected bike lane networks. We need to support.
Let me handle that. Sorry.
Somebody's phone ring.
Yeah, somebody's phone. I'm muting everything. Sorry. It should be clear now. Please continue, Mr. Leonard.
Can you hear me? Okay. We need to support our public schools. We need to stop the push towards charter schools and magnet schools. Every child deserves a great education. It should not be left up to this lottery to decide if your child's going to succeed. We need to improve services like the DMV, because these are the kinds of things where when people deal with the government in that form and they go, oh my God, the DMV is awful, they have this attitude of the government's bad at doing everything. No, I don't trust them. I don't ever want to pay more in taxes because I don't trust how they're going to spend the money. And also, lastly, let's spend the money on, we need to be doing more preventative burns to cut down on the number of forest fires. That's something that occurred for thousands of years for Native Americans doing that sort of thing. And that's something that we don't do enough of now that we need to be doing more of.
Well done. Well done. Next up is James. James, let me unmute you. James, how would you spend the California budget surplus, sir?
Let me first assure my green friend Dan that those sounds you're hearing are ripples of murmuring assent welling up from all around Inglewood. Now, that said, first of all, we shouldn't spend all that surplus. We need a much bigger reserve, especially to respond to worsening drought and catastrophic wildfires. We're all on edge, and our California ecosystem is at risk. But there are three, I don't want to give you a laundry list. There are three promising and practical ways to use what we don't save. Let's help families to care for elderly and disabled family members at home and reduce their medical costs. Let's fund the biggest gun buyback ever and start with AK-47s. and let's support crisis pregnancy centers. Every life is precious.
Okay, thank you very much. The question goes to Dan. Dan, how would you spend California's budget surplus?
Well, I would spend it on things like renewable energy that would create more jobs, infrastructure that would create more jobs, which would in turn create more income for people, which would in turn create taxes that goes back to the government, and create other things that actually create more money for the government to help other projects. I'd give it to the most needy. These Republican candidates that were interviewed by the San Diego paper, they seem to just want the money to go back to them in forms of tax cuts for the wealthy. That's not the way to do it. We need to give money to the people that need it the most, because then they'll actually spend it. You give tax cuts to the wealthy, they'll just keep it in their bank or whatever. They don't really help the economy. And you've got to help. Education's a great thing. I mean, there's so much. I mean, it's almost endless what you could spend it on. But I think it should spend on things that sort of fund itself and create more things, and just builds and builds.
Okay. Next up, Nickolas Wildstar. How would you spend the budget surplus estimated between 35 to 75 billion?
Well, I'm a Republican, and as a conservative, I find it very ironic that you have candidates here that are claiming to be Democrats, and they have a laundry list of things they would spend borrowed money on versus giving it back, but will complain over a small fraction of that being spent on we the people holding our elected officials accountable, which you think would be integral to the very foundation of what our electoral process is all about, accountability. So I would have returned that money, since it is borrowed. This surplus money is borrowed money from the federal government that was extra from emergency aid funding, which was unnecessary. And my goal as a candidate is to stop government overspending and overspending on government. So I'll be limiting the salary of all state employees to $60,000, which is about the median income in California, starting with my own. I also will be not accepting a pension, and will be liquidating the pension program. I believe that our pension recipients deserve to have a settlement offer and a definite amount of money versus facing the possibility of the state of California going bankrupt and not being able to pay them at all. So if anything, I'm the only candidate that wants to liquidate our deficit and get us out of debt.
Thank you. Next up, Fuji. How would you spend the budget surplus? Let me unmute your mic.
Thank you. As you can see, I'm the top candidate. I'm also in the middle. I'm here to work with all sides. I would definitely use the money as a significant resource to open up, expedite charter schools, to give schools an opportunity to make smaller class size. The best way to improve education is smaller class size. And charter schools is one way to do that. And also, what's really important, I would use some of that surplus money to hire additional police officers. My mandate would be any California city with more than 1 million people, we would refund our heroes, the police, to make sure they have 2-person teams as much as possible. Our police officers are some of the bravest and hardworking, and I'm proud of our California law enforcement, but they need the right funding. And I will refund our police department. Going back to other sources, what we also need it for is also research and development. I really believe that now is the time to move California forward. Also create a whole new election system to give an opportunity to let voters participate with blockchain technology so they could vote by the internet. Important questions that need to be answered by the voters. I met a lot of voters with a lot of questions. It's time to vote on it. So yes, that's one way to do it. So, for example, I met a lot of voters that discussed with me. They want to make California a country. Let the people have a choice, and let's decide. Let them decide if they want to or not. Qualified votes by qualified voters. We could use blockchain to do it in an economical fashion. And so that's one way I would use the surplus money. additional. I would also put some of it in reserve to make sure that we don't spend it all, because we do need it for other resources, such as infrastructure and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, let me unmute you. Frank, how would you have spent California's budget surplus?
Well, as you know, I'm a CPA for 40 years. And if you want a surplus, I can make one for you. If you want a deficit, I can make one for you. I have to kind of look at the documentation before I'm even convinced that there was a surplus. But I must tell you this, that I wrote a book about the U.S. dollar and gold. Hamilton was correct. The U.S. dollar shall remain supreme, and warning there's a coming crash of gold. I've been selling this book, and I'll give it to my supporters who contribute to my campaign. But basically, I want California to have as much money as they need. And one of my proposals in the book is that the deficit become part of our national debt. In the Constitutional Convention of 1787, the states gave up the right to print money to the federal government. And according to people like Mark Levine, who I don't always agree with him, one thing he's right on is the fact that the states can come back and reinstitute the power relationship between the state and the federal government. And I believe these super states, like California is the greatest state, we should have a greater influence on the federal government. So one thing that I would propose, and I think it can be worked out, is that the deficit, any deficit in California budget, should be borne by the federal government as part of the national debt. So therefore, we have unlimited amount of money, as the federal government has an unlimited amount of money. So we can do what we have to do to make every citizen happy. But going back to the deficit, I will.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I apologize. I have to ensure equal time for all candidates in order to be equal to all candidates. I appreciate it, and thank you for your flexibility, sir. We're going to go now to the next question in the same order from the Times of San Diego article. And we're going to go in the order from the random list generator, asking our candidates. Torr, do you support legislation to permanently ban new oil and gas drilling off of the coast of California?
I support the ban because there's no reason why we should be allowing new oil and gas leases off the coast, when instead we need to be doing the opposite. We need to be transitioning to renewable energy sources, not digging in literally or metaphorically with even more oil and gas leases. Instead, we need to be doing the opposite. We need to be phasing out carbon-intensive energy sources.
Okay. Same question to James. Let me unmute you. Professor, how would you deal with the issue of new oil and gas leasing off of the California shore, specifically the Los Angeles, Long Beach region? Would you be supportive or prohibitive, sir?
Let me first apologize. If there's any background noise, it's just a groundswell of approbation. That's what it is. With regard to Representative Mike Levin's bill, I support it. It recognizes past mistakes and it ensures environmentally sound policies. I especially welcome the fact that it will help restore wide public participation in oil and gas leasing decisions. Without public participation, we're left with battling lobbyists and experts for hire. There's far too much at stake to let that happen. At the same time, public stewardship calls for personal responsibility. Part of the work-life balance is our own personal service to the public good. Stewardship calls for action. We have to show up to make our voices heard. No more cocooning at home.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next up will be Dan.
Yes, I too support a permanent ban on the oil and gas leases off the coast of California. I mean, it's just a disaster waiting to happen. Oil leaks, oil spills ruin our coast, which is one of our greatest resources. So I think that's basically a no-brainer.
Thank you. Nickolas, unmute you. Do you support proposed legislation to ban the extraction of resources off the California coast underwater?
Well, I do support responsible legislation for environmental conservation. I think we do have a responsibility as inhabitants of this planet to, of course, make sure that it's here for us as well as future generations. I do not support the transfer of wealth and resources to corporations, whether it's big oil or big tech. I don't think that they should have the conglomerate over our resources. And with big tech, it's, the internet. So with my Go New Deal on my website, wildstar2022.com, you can find out more about how I plan on returning the ownership of states' commodities to we the people. That way we can be the ones that develop, clean energy projects like a state-owned utility like what I want to do on public land, and be the profiteers from that instead of these monopolies. So if you want to end crony capitalism and bring some generational wealth to the people of California, then you want to elect Wildstar for governor.
Next up, Fuji. Fuji, how do you feel about this issue, sir?
The environment is very important for me personally as a native Californian. I cherish our seas, lakes, our forests, our ocean coastline. I do. We're neighbors with Mexico, Baja California. So we have to be mindful too that we're custodians of our environment. But also what's really important is we just can't permanently ban and have those good paying jobs. And a lot of these people that work on them, they have families. This could raise gas prices, in turn raise taxes on everyday working Californians. Without a plan to make sure these hardworking Americans on the platforms have other jobs to go to, I wouldn't ban it yet until they have other jobs. That would be irresponsible for me. I would have them eventually we move over to renewable energy work-related services, yes, but ban it outright without a future concept of finding them work is irresponsible, and I wouldn't do that. I will eventually ban it, of course, because it is a disaster waiting to happen. It is something we have to be very careful. But as you can see, I'm in the middle. I'm a centrist. I'm trying to get things done for the people that work on the oil rigs and for our California taxpayers. So we have to be very careful when we say permanently ban. Believe that is not the right way to go. We should eventually get away from such fossil fuels gradually by creating other jobs to replace the jobs that will replace them. Thank you.
Nice. The last up will be Frank. Professor, do you support banning oil drilling off of the coast?
Yes. Well, I currently support banning it now, but I don't want to permanently ban it. I think we should keep all of our options open. The big thing about exploration of oil and gas off the coast is the possibility of an environmental disaster, which would destroy our recreational industries and our beaches could be polluted. So currently we should ban it, but I should keep all options open. I support the idea of alternative energy that would be non-polluting energy, basically what President Biden has been talking about. But as I say, nothing is certain. We might need some more oil off the coast in the future. Who knows? There could be a war. We could have another war like World War II, and we need that. We'll desperately need that oil. So I don't support a permanent ban, but I support the idea of going to alternative energy sources to reduce the climate problems that we have.
Thank you. Thank you. We've completed that question. We're going to go to the next question from the Times of San Diego. There's only 2 more after this to complete the series. Do you support the elimination of state income taxes as proposed by candidate Faulkner for those individuals earning up to $50,000 and households earning up to $1,000? There is a plan by Kevin Faulkner to eliminate state income taxes for every person who makes up to $50,000 and every combined family who makes up to $100,000. Are you supportive? How do you feel? First up is Torr.
Yeah, I oppose eliminating state income taxes for those individuals and households because no one is going broke due to having to pay some state income taxes. In fact, most of the folks in those particular income ranges don't even actually end up paying that much in state income taxes when they end up filing their taxes. And if you eliminate those taxes, you're going to have to cut services, which is then just going to hurt lower income people. But if Kevin Faulkner would like to make up the gap in lost revenue by raising state income taxes on those who make large sums of money, that would be totally fine by me. We have a whole lot of wealthy Californians who are constantly complaining about high tax rates while simultaneously owning multiple homes or sending their kids to private school or making all sorts of inessential luxury spending. So I don't believe that we should be cutting state income taxes for the individuals in the brackets that Faulkner mentioned.
James, how do you feel about cutting state income taxes?
In principle, I'm sympathetic to the plan. We certainly need to make California more livable for people with modest incomes. Still, I'm not convinced that completely eliminating state taxes for this demographic is the right way to go. In fact, I'm sniffing a campaign giveaway. In any case, it's the legislature that has the final say on taxes. The Democrats' legislative supermajority is a dangerous thing. It threatens to turn the duopoly into a monopoly. Serious third parties deserve proportional legislative representation. Our current winner-take-all system shortchanges real democracy. My party, the American Solidarity Party, vigorously supports proportional representation.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Dan. Dan, how do you feel about the elimination of state income tax for individuals under 50,000 and households under 100,000?
It's fine, but like Torr was saying, I don't know what that noise is, but anyway, he was, the state, when people are complaining about taxes, income tax, they really complain about federal income tax. State income tax, I just looked it up. It's only 6%, and that's only for the money. If you made 50,000, that'd only be for the money above 33,000. So altogether, it'd probably about an average about 3% less than sales tax. So, but I agree. I mean, fine, give them a tax cut. The people make the least amount of money, and the people make the most should be paying more. We just saw this big leak from the IRS, and it turns out most billionaires don't pay any income tax. So we need to close these loopholes for these billionaires. And if they're going to move out of California, whoa. If they do, good riddance. That's what I say. Thanks.
Next up is Nickolas. Mr. Wildstar, how do you feel about the concept of eliminating state income tax with the revenue brackets described?
Well, I oppose it because every income earner deserves all of their money, not government. Government didn't do anything to earn that money. Therefore, they shouldn't be dictating how much of that person's money should be taken away from them and then redistributed like in maybe this vaccine lottery that Gavin Newsom is doing, that these Democrats also are in support of, but complain about us again spending a certain amount of money on holding our elected officials accountable. So there's some hypocrisy there. But as governor, I plan on suspending collection of all taxes for all of the people and businesses in the state of California. I think this pandemic, everybody could appreciate an economic reprieve, and that's exactly what they'll be getting with me as governor. I'll also be transitioning the state government to operate from non-taxpayer revenue and a voluntary taxation system. That way, if you want to pay taxes, you're welcome to pay however much you want. You can choose where it's going to go, and you're going to do so locally. The state won't be involved in dictating where that money goes.
Okay. Next up, Fuji. Eliminate state income tax? Don't? Keep it the same? What's the right answer, sir?
At the moment, I will keep it the same because, unfortunately, what keeps me up at night is hyperinflation. It's a real possibility with what's going on that deserves and merits another discussion, another debate. But we have a lot of good people working for the state of California, and I want to make this very clear to all the voters out there. A promise made is a promise kept. Your pension is safe with me, and I will honor that promise. Either you vote or you didn't vote for me. The nurses, the police officers, the firefighters, the teachers, you live on your pensions. I know that. Your pension is safe with me. A promise was made, and I will make sure and fight hard that promise is kept. So no, I would not eliminate state income tax. I will make sure it stays at the current level and not raise it. And I will also find other ways to generate revenue so we don't have to overtax our hardworking Californians. Now is the time to really think outside of the box because Californians are hurting. I understand that some people are getting overpaid in certain government positions, but that's not all. That's a minority, I feel. And I'm proud of our state workers and municipal workers and county workers. And I will keep your pension safe. So I will keep our state income tax as is. Because now is the time to be very careful with our economy and our budget and take it from there. And that's where I stand. I'm in the middle, and you could vote Fuji. That's where I stand. Thank you.
Frank, should we eliminate state income tax, or is it just an overblown idea? Professor Frank Henry Wade.
Well, listen, I'll say it's a stupid idea. Whoever proposed it is a very bad politician. Now, I'm a CPA tax practitioner. I've had my own tax practice for 40 years. Everyone should pay their income tax. I worked for the franchise tax for a couple of years, and the California taxing system relates to the IRS. My big, such a proposal is so ridiculous. I really don't have any more comment to make on that proposal, but I must tell you what I want to change in taxes. I want them to be more tax credits for children. This is a way to stop abortions, basically, because most people have abortions because they can't afford children. You should have the below the line deduction for children as opposed to above the line deduction, which is the case now. So more deductions should be given for children, which amount to a refund if you don't make enough money. And also casualty and theft losses. When we have these earthquakes, when we have these floods, the government should make us whole through taxes. Currently, right now, you get a tax relief if you get the money to rebuild. In other words, if your house burns down and you don't have the money to rebuild, you just walk away and live in a tent. But basically, the government should be giving you that money, casualty and theft losses, and a below-the-line deduction. That's where our tax system must be revised.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That completes that question. We're down to the last two questions, and then we'll be going to closing statements. We're winding down. We have two more questions and then closing statements. Here's the second to last question. Do you support laws that penalize local governments for failing to meet housing supply goals. Governor Newsom famously attempted to penalize local districts in order to encourage them to increase their housing stock. Scott Weiner and many other people who were elected officials supported what's known as infill development, or homes in the city core. But local residences balked at the idea and pushed back. Who's right? How do we solve homelessness? Is it okay to penalize local governments for eliminating the proper requisite stock of multifamily housing? We'll hear from the people who may be running your life. Let's go first in order. Torr Leonard.
Yes, so I completely am in support of penalizing local governments that fail to meet their obligations to increase statewide housing supply, because we are in a housing crisis. On our current trajectory, we're going to be short millions of homes in the state of California within just a few years. We need more housing. We have far too many NIMBY homeowners who oppose any new housing being built in their neighborhood of any kind. I deal with this every year, calling into the neighborhood council meetings about every time there's proposed new apartments being built. And wouldn't you know it, it's always the people who already have a mortgage and already own a home here that are in opposition to new housing being built. And the reason that is because it increases the value of their homes, the fewer homes we build. So it just makes me crazy because the only way to truly ease the rate of rent increase that everyone who doesn't have the luxury of having a mortgage is suffering from is by meeting that demand with additional supply. And so we can also lower the cost of housing being built by getting rid of things like parking minimums. Parking minimums add hundreds of thousands of dollars to the cost of every single apartment complex that's being built. We also need to incentivize builders to start building starter homes again. All these new homes being built have far higher square footage than ever before, even though we actually have fewer people living in them than ever before.
Wow, that was thorough. Okay, next up will be James. James, do we penalize local communities who don't meet local housing goals? Is that an okay thing to do?
In principle, I support laws like SB 35. I'm associated with a group called YIMBY, and naturally we're not too keen on NIMBY. But what's critical is that we examine the process that determines just what those local government obligations really are. What's pivotal is the principle of subsidiarity. Translation, begin at the beginning. Yes, the statewide housing shortage has become a chronic emergency. And of course, the state has a major role in addressing it. But what the state has to do is to reflect the needs and experiences of local communities. The state is for the communities and not the reverse. At the same time, local governments have real obligations to meet. There should be a public commitment to do so, and there is a price to pay for not doing so.
Thank you. Next up will be Dan.
Yeah, I'm all for that law. We need to end homelessness. I think that anyone who makes over $100,000 a year should have to have a homeless person take them into their home. Now, when I'm elected governor, I won't be making that because I'm foregoing my salary, but I am still going to let homeless people live in the governor's mansion in Sacramento. All we have to do is love our neighbor. You know, we don't even talk to people anymore. Just have them come in, let them live in your house. It'll be a great experience for everybody, and it'd probably end homelessness almost instantly. And if people who don't make that much money want to do it, then maybe subsidize, give them some money so they can, pay for this. And we got to, it's fine. We got to build more homes, but we got to do something about the hideousness of these new buildings. I'm in Los Angeles. They're building all these apartment buildings. They are so ugly and hideous. It's like they forgot how to make beautiful buildings. They tear down these beautiful buildings and build these disgusting, and the McMansions too. They're just hideous. And so I think there should be some kind of something to help people like actually have some taste in this world. And the McMansions, you definitely have to let a family of homeless people live somewhere in your McMansion.
Okay, next up is Nickolas. How do you feel about penalizing local governments for not providing goals to meet housing needs?
I oppose it because it's going to penalize innocent people, the residents of those cities, and not the power players, the ones calling the shots that are actually preventing that growth. And which I also find, again, ironic that these Democrats here on this panel think it's okay that our elected officials got to continue to collect their taxpayer-backed salary while people lost their jobs, like Gavin Newsom, who only applied that 10% pay cut once he got exposed by the media. So that's what I'll be doing. I'll be calling out these city officials myself that interfere with local housing development demands. If the people of those cities want more housing built and you have city officials preventing that, then I will again be letting that be known on the state level. I'll also be reducing the cost for home builders by suspending licensing and zoning fees. I think that's the best way to address affordable housing that's needed here in our state. And of course, by doing so, we'd be able to address homelessness. I think a portion of the money collected could actually be used to build 3D printed homes or earth ships, which are sustainable homes, and they're fairly affordable. And the earth ships are even built out of recycled materials. So these are ways I plan on making the cost of living more affordable for the people of California.
Great. Next up will be Fuji.
Thank you. No, I will not punish and penalize homeowners who are suffering hard enough after this coronavirus. They're struggling to pay mortgages. It will be the taxpayer who will bear the brunt of these fines. And now with inflation going up on lumber, PVC, and all the materials that build a house, it is now very dangerous to penalize ordinary, everyday California taxpayers. There is a housing crisis. We got to think of innovative solutions. I'm working on it, and I believe that we have to expand housing in other places less developed, that is safe and not near wildfires, such as, more inland and more farther up north. Now is the time to be innovative and think differently, but hurting the everyday taxpayer, it's not going to work. And also, it's a form of a secret tax, because eventually those fines go back to the coffers of other politicians, and we don't want that. Californians have been overtaxed enough. There's a time and place for taxes. This is not one of them. The fines and the punishment is undue harm to everyday homeowners in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Frank Henry Wade, what do we do about creating greater housing supply? Are punishments the answer or something else?
Well, right. Well, I don't support penalizing local government. I think the governor should coordinate a statewide effort, maybe a nationwide effort with the federal government to help solve the huge housing problem we have in this country. We had a housing bubble in 2008. We know how we could increase the supply of homes through government subsidized, government encouraged mortgages from Fannie Mae and the other government protected mortgage institutions, for in the long run to have more housing. In the short run, we could create low income housing very similar to the housing we created in San Francisco and Richmond, where they build ships at the San Francisco Naval Shipyard. These were Quonset huts, World War II Quonset huts. We could get those up in a record amount of time. In addition, we could use FEMA camps to house people on a statewide basis. There's all these solutions we could have if we had a proper coordination from the governor. And in the long run, I feel that housing should be the least of our problems. I spent 4 years in China, and there's an abundance, there's an oversupply of housing in China. Everybody in China has a 7-room apartment. They have towers that remain unoccupied because they overbuilt these houses. So a country like China that houses their people, why can't we house our own people? Why do I have to go down on the in Stonestown in San Francisco and see hundreds of people living in their recreational vehicle? Why do I see tents on the street of the Tenderloin? This is an outrageous condition that is resulting from the lack of leadership on the part of the governor. And while he relaxes at the French restaurant, entertaining his friends, he has all this suffering that's going on around him. It's really a crime, you know?
Thank you, Professor. Appreciate that. Okay, now to the last question. This will be the last question. Each candidate will have about 1 minute to respond, and then we'll be doing closing statements. This will be the last question from the series of questions to all recall candidates from the mainstream newspaper, The Times of San Diego, that we have used and parceled out for our candidates in a series of debates. We will be asking other candidates these questions. Here is the last question. Should there be any money for law enforcement? Should any money for law enforcement be steered to social services or other programs? California has had some very high-profile police shootings of minority males. One was Oscar Grant in 2009, and the other was Stephon Clark in 2018. Now, in response to that, the California government attempted to pass SB 392, which was called a Police Reform Act, and was going to look at things like the removal of qualified immunity as written into the California Constitution almost a century earlier. It was going to be a massive retrofit of qualified immunity, the fact that when a police officer is involved in a shooting, it's automatically a homicide case, and that they have to prove necessity of death, not just that it seemed to be the least unavailable option. Now, the day before the California legislature passed SB 392, Black Lives Matter itself pulled out support for that legislation because they said the California legislature removed 3 key parts that would actually allow police reform. So we have the Black Lives Matter movement, founded here by Patrisse Cullors and Alicia Garza before Opal Tometi got started. We have legislation developed here on police reform, and we have high-profile murders of African-American males by the police. Is California capable of police reform, given that our first major legislation was denied by Black Lives Matter? And if not, how do we look at the issue of defunding the police as suggested by the Black Lives Matter campaign? Our first response will be Torr.
Yes, so I believe a giant chunk of law enforcement money should be steered instead to social services or other ways of dealing with mental issues, domestic conflicts. There's plenty of types of things right now that we have armed police responding to that there's absolutely no reason to have armed police responding to. And whether that's traffic stops or visiting someone's home where there's a disturbance, it's just many other countries have shown that you can have lots of situations like that in which you don't need an armed response. And then I often hear a lot of people saying that there's just nowhere to cut in police budgets. And I just think that's absolutely ridiculous. A couple examples are, do we really need 3 police cars showing up every time there's a car wreck or someone is pulled over? Do we really need a police helicopter hovering over the scene of every car wreck or when someone's pulled over? Which I see and hear happening all the time. So I just think it's absolutely ridiculous when people say there's just nowhere to cut in the police budget that wouldn't end up harming public safety. I think there's plenty of proverbial fat that could be cut from police budgets.
Thank you. James, you are unmuted. Your response, sir.
Yes, we should redirect in the neighborhood of 20% of that money. The infamous Los Angeles Men's Central Jail Twin Towers complex has become the largest mental health facility in the United States. Jail time only worsens mental illness. In contrast, court-mandated therapy and the right medication can help those who suffer from mental illness and can turn lives around. But we need better funding to make this happen. Count on reduced domestic violence if we get it. In addition, people who can't pay for a lawyer need the help of qualified public defenders. Again, we need to better fund this support. Count on lower rates of incarceration if we get it.
Okay. Thank you. Next up will be Dan.
Yes, and I think even law enforcement, a lot of them would support that they shouldn't be dealing with certain things that aren't really for police. They're these situations that should be handled by trained mental health professionals who aren't armed with deadly force. And that would allow the police to actually focus on serious crimes. I mean, I'm in court every day. There's so much just ridiculous crimes like possession of a pipe, and they're just flooding the courtrooms. It's just a waste of everyone's time, waste of taxpayers' money, mere possession of drugs. I mean, most people in the court systems are either mentally ill or have some kind of drug problem. And what they really should be focusing on are the serious violent crimes. And that's what the police should be investigating and actually pursuing, instead of these like ridiculous just traffic stops. They don't even need them for traffic stops. They could have an unarmed traffic police, or not police, traffic people. So yeah, even they would probably prefer to actually be devoting their time and money on serious stuff. So I'm definitely for that. And I think that would just save, millions and millions of dollars. People are stuck in like the jails that are horrible. And it is the biggest mental health facility in the country, in Twin Towers. So yeah, I think we definitely need to not defund the police. That's such a word people get all crazy about, but just fund these other projects and let police focus what they need to do. And we need huge reform, more transparency. They need to be held accountable, get rid of qualified immunity. And if they are found that they've shot someone illegally, they need to be put in a database so everyone can know about it, not hide them or just transfer them to another police department.
Thank you. Nickolas, Wildstar.
What's that? Can you hear me?
Yes. Should money for law enforcement be steered to social services or other programs?
Well, I actually agree with Dan and Torr on this one, who I'm actually surprised to hear answers from, since he plans on, giving the seat to the lieutenant governor and resigning on day one. So I'm surprised to actually hear him provide some solutions. But yes, our police officers are definitely receiving a lot of money and spending a lot of their time, harassing, innocent people instead of focusing on violent criminals. But less money for police means more money for social programs, but it's a waste of money when those social programs aren't working. And we as taxpayers shouldn't continue to invest into them. So as governor, that's what I'll be doing, is getting government out of the way to allow people of the community, those people out there that want to get involved, like the churches and the nonprofit organizations and even the free markets and businesses that would like to step up and provide those solutions being demanded by the people, by the community. So I want to make cops' jobs easier by letting them focus on, violent criminals instead of going after drug users or even drug dealers, which is why I plan on decriminalizing all substances to streamline law enforcement and make our neighborhood safer.
Thank you. Fuji.
Thank you. There's something called the thin blue line. I believe in it. This is a very nefarious way to defund the police, and I will not allow that to happen under my watch. I have a 5-year, 10-year plan. Yes, there's ways to save money and increase our police personnel. I believe what we need to do is get from municipal police, have them transferred to a county police department. Within 10 years, have the county sheriff's department turn into a state police department, number one. And also we need a state police department just for our schools, high schools specifically, to help prevent crime, to really work with the kids. Yes, this is one way to do it. But we need to have 2-person police teams in cities of 1 million or more. This is not the time to bring up hidden agendas to defund the police. I'm Governor Fuji. I will refund on law enforcement to protect our communities and businesses. So now is the time to ask difficult questions. Do we want to defund the police under different names? No. We need to really work and support our police officers. The thin blue line protects us from chaos, and I'm thankful and grateful for our brave heroes in uniform. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Wade. Should we redirect money to social services?
Well, on the subject, well, my belief is that our police departments have to get our backing, and they're actually excellent in the state of California. I believe there could be more minority recruitment of the police departments. I believe that the policemen themselves could get a little more training to deal with people with psychological problems enough to bring in the people who incarcerate mentally disturbed people. The closing of the gulag of mental institutions in the state of California by Governor Reagan and the second Jerry Brown, I think, was premature. We should have not closed those mental institutions, even though they were badly ran and there were many abuses in the mental institutions. We need them to get the severely crazy people out off the street so they don't hurt other people and hurt themselves. So I would propose bringing back the mental institutions in the state of California on a limited basis. I know it's expensive, but it has to be done. We can't allow mentally incompetent people to walk among us because they're causing so many problems. And this would also be used to get people with mental problems to not allow them to have guns and so forth. But we should stop blaming the police. The police is one of...
I apologize. We have to keep the time for everybody. We're running up against the clock. We're going to move to closing statements now. Every candidate will be able to give their closing statement. They can say whatever they would like. You have 2 minutes. There will be a hard cutoff in 2 minutes. Please don't speak over 2 minutes. You will be muted. You have 2 minutes to make a closing statement. You could talk about a policy you'd like to espouse. You could comment on anything anyone else said, or you can just leave a very philosophical Shakespearean level speech to woo the voters about you. Let's go first in order with Torr.
Yes. So again, I'm against this recall. And so if, like me, you're against this recall, my ask is simple. Vote no on question 1 about whether or not to recall Newsom, and then vote for myself on question 2, because I will resign on day 1, handing the governorship to our current Democratic lieutenant governor, who has shown that she's experienced and vetted and competent. So if, like myself, if you're fine with the job Newsom has been doing, vote no on 1, vote for myself on question 2 to ensure a smooth transition to someone else's governor that's also a Democrat, that's a known entity. And I'd also like to take the rest of my time to just say, I feel like people need to really listen to what some of these candidates are saying and not just get caught up on, which ones are maybe have the best slogans or the best public speakers, and just kind of listen to what they're saying. Because we've got candidates out there in this race who want to make abortion illegal, which is not the country or state that I would want to live in. We've got candidates saying that no one should have to pay any taxes, which I think is crazy. We have people saying they have anti-vaxxers as one of their strategists, which I personally think is crazy. We have people saying we had an overreaction to COVID-19. We've had over 600,000 Americans die of COVID-19, and we're saying we had an overreaction to it. The typical death rate for seasonal flu is around, I believe, 1,500 people a year. COVID-19 has killed over 600,000 already. And lastly, you can't claim that we have a rigged two-party system, because California for a few years now has had a system where any party can run in the initial ballot and the top two make it to the final ballot regardless of their political party. So it's not as if third parties or independents are being shut out from our process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is going to be, one second, let me pause, reset, start. Next person is James. Let me unmute you. James, you have 2 minutes for a closing statement, sir. Professor Hanink.
Thank you. It's an interesting thought experiment, gentlemen. What would I do were I elected? But of course, none of you will be elected. So what I'm really interested in is what we're going to be doing during the recall. And during the recall, what I'm going to be doing is representing the platform of the American Solidarity Party. We believe in the dignity of the person. Each and every human being has an intrinsic dignity. We believe in the common good, and I've discussed that earlier. The first measure of justice in any society is how the weakest are treated, and I've discussed that. We believe in the principle of subsidiarity, beginning at the ground level and moving up, and I've discussed that. We believe in economic democracy, and I wish I could discuss that more. There's no political democracy unless there's economic democracy. There's no economic democracy unless there's widespread ownership. We lack widespread ownership, and that's what we need to work for. And of course, human dignity presupposes and gives rise to freedom. But we don't treat anybody as having freedom unless we respect their lives. Thank you.
Next up will be Dan.
All right. Well, James, speak for yourself. I am in it to win it. I am going to get elected governor if the recall goes through. Now, if the recall doesn't go through, I will also count that as a victory. But either way, I'm going to be victorious. You can speak a lot. There's a lot of things can happen between now and election. We're just starting, man, and you stay tuned. But Torr kind of criticizing my campaign because I have, an anti-vaxxer as a campaign strategist. My whole point is that I'm willing to embrace all people, all Californians. Doesn't mean I'm going to necessarily agree with that person, but I want to hear everyone's views, and I want to, go through it critically. And so I have a big tent, man. I'm going to represent all Californians. And if the lieutenant governor, if she wants to run, let her run. She could have run in this recall election. I think the lieutenant governor in the last recall election, Bustamante, did run. He didn't win, and she probably wouldn't win either. So if she wants to be governor, she should run for governor. She could run right now. It wouldn't be that hard. And I think I'm the guy for the environment, because I believe in all these animal issues. That's one of the hugest problems with our environment, which is going to help fight wildfires, drought, global warming. Criminal justice is a big one. I agree with Mr. Wildstar. We got to decriminalize drugs, decriminalize prostitution, decriminalize gambling. And speaking of gambling, I'm willing to bet you, James, that I'm going to be the governor if the recall goes through. And you name your price, buddy. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
To the sky.
Next up is going to be Nickolas. Closing statements, Governor Candidate Wildstar.
Well, I'd like to remind everyone out there in California that the last time we had a recall election in the state of California, a Republican was elected. That Republican was Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I would like to be that Republican that is elected this time around that can bridge the gap between the left and the right. What this pandemic panic has proven to us is that time is of the essence. We, the people, should be preparing ourselves for the worst times. We need to make sure that we have dependable food. We need to make sure we have dependable water, dependable energy, and a dependable roof over our heads. So that's what I'll be doing as governor. It may seem wild that I want to get rid of taxes, but we should, when we've been taxed this entire time for our schools, yet haven't been able to send our kids to school. We've been taxed for gasoline, yet we've been told to stay home. So we've had taxation without representation over the past year, which is why for the next year, I'll be suspending all of those taxes and let you keep that money in your own pocket where it belongs. It shouldn't be wild for anyone to think that you should be able to protect yourself, since I want to make California a constitutional carry state, when the majority of arrests of Black and brown people in this state are due to them being in possession of a weapon. So we need to attack these racist laws. We need to attack the accountability or government corruption with accountability. So for 1 year, go wild with Wildstar for governor. I'm the only candidate that will suspend taxes, hold government accountable, show fiscal restraint, stop government from dictating your life, and return the right to choose and live free to you, we the people of California. Vote Wildstar for governor.
Wow, that was, yeah, nice. Okay, Fuji, closing statement.
Thank you.
Mr. Shioura.
My name is Fuji, and I recently got elected in December as a library trustee for a special district in the city of Placentia. My background is also an educator, and I care deeply that our public libraries could augment and help our kids in this crisis. So I started to ask the hard questions that so many other board members were not asking for whatever reason. A new member of Congress, from my last check, makes around $172,000 a year. Our local library in Placentia is about the size of a CVS, but smaller. And yet the library director makes, according to documentation I read, $179,000 a year. And the library only has 20 some employees, and it's limited hours. Why? I'm asking the hard questions. For every tax dollar collected, I found documentation that we were only spending less than 10 cents on books and materials. Imagine that. Less than 10 cents for every tax dollar collected on books and materials for our public library. And yet we're paying almost $200,000 for a single person. This isn't right. We need our public libraries to have in-person tutoring. We need to have charter schools. We need to have two-man or two-women person teams for our police department to help guard our communities. We need innovative ideas, and I'm the one to do it. Vote Fuji, F-U-J-I, family, unity, justice, integrity. Go to my website, www.governor.life. I'm pro-life. I'm independent. I'm a disruptor, willing to get the job done for all the candidates here. And I'm so proud and thankful that Dan, Nickolas, and Torr and the professors are here, and I'm thankful for Marcus. Thank all of you for making this a great state, because all of you make us the best we can all be. Thank you, everybody.
Excellent. Frank, closing statement, sir.
Okay, first I'd like to touch on the forest fire problem we have in the state. I believe that we should do fire prevention, the building of fire roads all through the forest, and also the burning of brush in order to eliminate these large fires that are occurring. After the fire occurs, I think the logging company should have, or some other company should have, the right to go in and salvage what boards of timber are still available after the fire when I was in Mozambique. I saw the Nadia cyclone. Mozambique got millions of dollars worth of mahogany from the cyclone that caused the trees to fall, which they were their national treasures. The other point I want to make is I support a mandatory free arbitration courts for civil and labor disputes. Currently, we have arbitration courts, but you can elect to opt out of it if you don't like the result of the arbitration. That should be they should be free courts like the small claims court, in which you can bring labor and housing disputes, and both parties should agree to be bound by the arbitration verdict unless the one party opts out before the court starts. And this would eliminate this nonsense in California of employment at will. In other words, everyone who works in the state of California can be fired tomorrow by merely stating the employer says goodbye. This is nonsense. I want this to be stopped. That's my new proposal for the state. And basically, as I reiterated, I have 40 years of experience in dealing with problems of large companies, and because of my status as a CPA, I have a fiduciary responsibility to look at all aspects and to arrive at the truth and fairness in all my decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all the candidates for being here. I'm going to show 2 statistics and then close it out. So the Public Policy Institute of California is the main survey organization, and they do a lot of studies for the California government. They're the go-to for California. Now, it is true in March 2021 that 56% of voters said they want to keep Newsom. You're going to see a lot of newspaper articles saying a majority of Californians, 56% say they want to keep Newsom, and that's true. But that exact same survey also asked, do you think it's okay to have a recall election? And 52% of the voters said yes. So there is a majority that likes Newsom, but there's also a clear majority that likes the recall election. You will not see this contradiction from the exact same poll mentioned anywhere in the news. Let's take a look at some of the more recent polling. Now, this is the 56% for Newsom. You're going to see a lot of that. But what's interesting is that it's only one poll. It is the outlier. The Berkeley poll, the Survey USA, and the Emerson poll, all reasonable polls, all were in the 42, around 45 range. The PPIC poll was 10 percentage points above. So the PPIC, or the 56% support for Newsom, does not match the other polls. In fact, the majority of polls show that under half of California is for not removing him, and a smaller percent is for removing him. So what's happening is we don't have clear majorities definitively across polls for Newsom or against him. We do have a poll that shows majority support for Newsom, but we also have another poll showing majority support for the recall. The point is simply this: you don't know where it's going, and there's a lot of misinformation showing this way and that way. It might be a race to the finish, and we at Yes California will be here to host a series of debates all the way to that last final day. We thank all the candidates for being part of us. Please let all declared candidates know that they are welcome here, and we want to have a place for them to participate. I would ask all candidates to leave. This is the end of the debate. Thank you for being here.